Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. I believe we're at chapter 63. I am Doug, your dungeon master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, the party, after returning to Elduin from their adventures and slaying the necromancer Belladonna Rixa, returned to Elduin to receive a pretty disturbing and abrupt visit from the goddess of death, Morin, her personal guard, known as the Sable Guard, who warned the party that a giant skeleton is on its way, along with an army of skeletons to attack Elduin. The party then talks with the leaders of the city, but discover that with the army departing to try to deal with the goblin threat, along with the king, the defenses of the city are minimal. So the party works with various people throughout the city to try and scrape together whatever defenses and whatever tools or advantages they possibly can. They including encounters with the underground, old, we'll say, friends made showing up to help in various ways, and Lord Greenwood being temporarily named War Prince to kind of oversee the defense of the city, as the party then goes and fends off an advance attack to protect villagers trying to make their way into the city, and then finally the next morning, and defending an attack within the city, and then finally the next morning confronting the giant skeleton that arrived. After a prolonged battle, they managed to hold the giant skeleton in place long enough for the Sable Guard's wizard to execute his spell, and the party watches as the shadows creep over and envelop the giant skeleton, as they hear a whisper saying, "You have been judged," and the shadow bursts into thousands of feathers, of black feathers, as the skeleton, no longer covered in strange runes, falls backwards into the ground, shaking the earth and the stone around them, as all of the skeletons, shadows, and other undead creatures that were in the process of attacking and slowly overwhelming everyone either dissipate or fall apart into piles of bones. And as Asura fell at the very end of the battle, as did Sister Kiri, and Elora fell earlier, there in the silence of that moment, as the ground, as the vibrations of the skeleton's fall ends, that's where we pick things back up.
I'm gonna pat Stoic on the leg. We have a lot of healing to do. Take me to Kiri first, and then we can go do the gate.
Absolutely, let's go. And I'm gonna fly.
All right. So you fly down to where Sister Kiri is lying motionless in the snow, and you.
I run over to my knees, put a hand on her, and use my healing pool and give her 5 hit points.
All right. So you reach down and grip your holy symbol and say your prayer as you release this divine healing energy into Kiri, who wakes with a start and just looks around wildly for a second as she kind of regains her senses for a moment, and she kind of looks up at you, and she's kind of goes, "Oh, I fell again, didn't I?"
It's all right. We can talk later, but we have more people down. Do what you can with the others. I'll be back. Stoic?
me out! Let me out! Let's go!
Oh, that's great.
While that's happening, Easy, you're up top. Easy and Valen are up top.
Yeah, we rush over to Sura.
I am going to, because I don't think anybody, they don't know that she's down. I'm going to stabilize her with a use of my healing kit.
Okay. Roll a medicine check for me.
And I'll just hold the neck, line the shoulder.
You ready for an adjustment?
I'm ready for an adjustment, yeah.
Oh yeah, right there.
Not great.
Fourth vertebrae.
That was an 8, unless I get to roll with advantage because Easy's helping me.
No, that's actually okay.
Okay.
It wasn't very high because of the kit. But you basically just kind of quickly do what you can to stabilize, like staunch the bleeding from the long claws that pierced her torso and dragged her up off of the Sable Guard's mount. As you try to protect her neck and staunch that bleeding as much as you can, and she seems stable for the moment.
I think after that's done, I'm just on my knees. I'm just kind of like staring blankly, just out. Not even just staring blankly. That's it.
All right. Bear and Stoic, what are you doing?
I'm taking Bear wherever he wants to go.
Point Sura.
So you fly up to the top of the wall, where you see Valen kind of staring off into nowhere as Easy is kind of cradling Asura's head as she lays there, stable but motionless.
Like, is she gone?
She's stable. She's stable. Just you can heal her now.
Oh, you scared the shit out of me. All right. I run over to her. So are there other bodies within 30 feet of her?
Quite a few. There's a bunch of dead paladins. The dead guards around the catapult, Alora.
Can I with my spell aid? I can reach 30 feet. So for the first one, I want to get Asura and 2 paladins. And that gives you 5 hit points.
Okay.
For 8 hours.
Let me double check. So 8 is just temporary hit points, though, right?
Yeah, would that not last?
That's going to revive.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Then I will run up to Asura.
I think this is the one that we debated on before.
We did. I couldn't remember.
I remember there was one time where we allowed the 5 temporary hit points, increasing the max hit points, but basically it also bumped you up 5 hit points from wherever you were.
What's how it's
so we just like shifted everything up.
But like, I guess like it won't bring you back, or it will temporarily.
Yeah.
That's a weird way to think of it, because if you don't heal up in those 8 hours, you just die again or go back unconscious.
Well, I mean, like, obviously I would probably take a long rest
Right.
within those 8 hours.
It does say maximum and current, so with you being unconscious, you'd still
Bump to 5.
technically go up, yeah. Yeah, so how many people can you target with it?
3 at a time.
Okay, so her and 2 paladins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I would also like to do the same for Alora and 2 more paladins.
Okay. So you'll have to walk over and get within range and let's see. As you do, as Asura, your eyes open. Your head still in Easy's lap as Bear finishes casting and then gets up and walks away over to the group of paladins, where he immediately prays again. In total, you see 3 paladins wake up. The other one didn't make it, and Alora doesn't move.
I guess I run over and check her. Is she like dead?
She is dead.
Oh no. So 3 paladins wake up, that we said?
Mm-hmm.
And Asura.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think I'm done. I think that's all I can do.
Easy, you have surprisingly gentle hands
Ah.
for one so not used to lifting your fingers.
You're quite right, Fräulein. You're quite right, yeah.
Can I have my head back now?
Oh, yeah. I think you want to be a little warmed up a little bit, yeah. So I was like using,
Thank you.
I guess I can't, obviously if I cast one of those cantrips, I don't want to obviously hurt. I was just wanting like to get my hands like primed with like, with, I don't know, like, I can't do burning hands.
If you kill me, I swear.
I will come back and haunt you.
Point blank burning hands. No.
Listen,
Nah.
I'm fire resistant, but not like there is still fire damage here.
Fire damage can exist. True. Yeah. So
Just
be a
put your hands
glow.
together and
Yeah. It's
create the
just,
friction.
It's just like the beginnings of of like firebolt, but not really firebolt. But yeah, so me have the head back, yeah, and so help you up, and I look over to Bear. I say, how's Ilora? Yeah, she went on early in the fight.
You didn't make it. I did the same thing for Asura, and I think she's gone. Also, by the way, Paladins, Asura, just give you a warning. This is only going to last 8 hours, so if you can find an elderberry or a potion or something, so you can, it's going to go away in 8 hours. So make sure you're good to go by then. But no, Laura
I'll
did
be
not.
sleeping before then. That is for sure.
Yeah.
Kitty? Is Kitty okay?
She's all right. She also is up and moving, and hers will last. She's good.
Well, can Kitty help this young woman?
I think she's gone, unless someone has the revivify or whatever spell. But I think Allura is gone.
Where is Stoic still flying?
He's up on the wall. He's grounded, but he's just staring at all the death and at his hands, and just kind of looking stoic, I guess.
And Stoic's still big, right? He's still big, right?
I'm still big. I think. How long does that last? Oh, that's my
Like an hour or
That's-
something?
I don't-
I think it's an hour.
Yeah, I should still be big.
Yep.
I'm gonna pat your leg. I'm Stoic.
We almost lost you.
I know. But I'm here now.
But I couldn't say.
Pick me up.
Pick you up.
Yes, pick me up.
I go under the armpits. Like,
I am not the breakable doll, but okay. Am I at least eye lined with you?
you're eye line, but like outstretched.
All right, I'm gonna change my eyes. I'm changing my eyes to those like rich like black dark chocolate that your eye color is. Look at me. I am okay. And you can feel guilty about that. But we have bigger problems right now, okay?
Okay. I gently put you back down.
No. You're keeping me up. I want to fly down.
You coming with me?
Yeah, I want to go down to the ground.
Well, because I'm going to a skull, so you're going with me.
You're going to where?
Because did the skeleton dissolve or did it just collapse?
Oh, it's there, like
Then take me with you. Me with you.
I'd like to fly to the skeleton.
Okay. So you fly down and you see where a couple of the, like off to the side, a couple of sable guards have, dismounted and are not talking, but seem to be engaged with each other. You see Thresh standing there, sort of brushing snow off of him, and walking toward the group of his men that are all dead. You see Kiri kind of walking alongside the skeleton toward the head, and you make your way down to land beside it.
I'm gonna immediately look to Kiri and just be like, the young cleric up top, she is down and not getting back up. I don't know if you can help her.
There's nothing I can do.
Are there any of the Morin? I don't know if they're paladins or whatever.
The Sable Guard.
The Sable Guard. Are there any of them around?
Yeah, like kind of on the other side of the skeleton. Like there's two of them. The ones that were kind of holding back the kind of main tide of the army have dismounted and are standing off a ways off.
I'll go to one of them if I could.
Okay.
And we could use your help. I don't know if your god is any kinder than mine, but we've lost a young girl up on the wall, and she honestly shouldn't have even been in this fight. And I don't know if there's anything you can do to help.
It is not our place to interfere if it was her time.
But it wasn't her time.
That is not your call.
And whose is it?
Such things are beyond all of us.
My senior god is just like mine. And I just turn away and go to crawl around inside of a giant skull.
I am going to at least go up to them and ask, what about the rest of the city? Were they able to hold back the horde that made its way around?
He kind of gets a distant look for a second. And he says, the shadows caused much damage. There is death. But there was also, all is not lost.
What does that mean? Is the city okay? Are the people okay?
It means you did well.
I look around at like all the people that just didn't make it that were out here on the ground. And I'm just like, it doesn't feel like it.
Nevertheless, you stopped something forbidden.
I got your horse pretty hurt. He's okay, but I got him beat up pretty good, so he's gonna need to get checked out. And I'm just gonna walk away.
Okay. This whole time talking to them, they're just, just no reaction, no emotion, nothing. Like they're very alien feeling.
As someone who tries very hard to not show any emotion, but wears all of her emotions on her sleeve, she's always like, I want to be this, but this is so unnerving.
While this is happening, Bear, you, as you are, kind of talking to the paladins, explaining that they need to seek out healing and that sort of thing, you feel yourself kind of shoved to the side for a second, as Sir Anzelin walks up with, just some cuts and blood and different things on him, as he's like, he like shoves you and he's like looking at you. He's like, what about the rest of them? Huh?
I don't have an answer for you that you're gonna like. I'm out. I did what I could.
You did what you could. You did what you could. You said you killed her. You told us that you killed this necromancer. You said it was over. They praised you as heroes.
Sir Ancelin, I understand you're upset, and if you would like to speak about this further, we may, but now is not the time. I can tell you we did kill her. We didn't say it was over, but we did kill her.
I have no desire to speak to imitation heroes, peasants with delusions of grandeur. This is your fault. He turns and stalks off.
Yeah. I just walk over to Easy and Valen. How are you guys?
Same old, yeah. Just slaying those giants. Problems was the Krondians. They don't appreciate. But, they have small minds. You did fine, Spare.
I know, but he's not wrong. We did what we could, but it's not enough.
Oh, it never is.
We can't do anymore.
See, you see Farron kind of walk over to you, just barely at your waist, in the height difference of this guy, and he kind of takes your forearm and he looks up and he's like, he's right. Small minds. If you are smart, you would open a shop and never leave.
Aaron, I have not actually spoken to you yet. I don't know how our wizard convinced you to join us, but I am very glad he did. Are you okay?
I don't know how he convinced me either, but no, this is why I started a shop. And this is why I never leave it.
I understand. To the shop would have been safer than the wall, that's for sure. But the wall would not have stood if you were not up here with us. So we thank you for your help.
Yeah.
So fine, yeah. As my gratitude, yeah. I wanted to ask you, is there anything you ever wanted to be?
A shop owner. Who
Ah,
doesn't?
yeah. Do you want to get to your shop quickly, yeah?
I wanted to get away from all of this sort of thing.
Ah.
So that's where I'm going to go back to.
So, would you like do you like to get there quickly then?
I can do it myself, thank you. He just turns and just waddles off quickly.
Oh, before he leaves, I'm sorry. We may have already covered this, but you don't happen to have any Any healing potions or good berries or anything we could spread out to the men?
I'd have to check my book.
All right. Well, if you find any, I'm sure there's a need in the city. Go find someone who needs it. If you think of it.
Yeah.
I would I will I'll try to use polymorph on Farron. I want him to just enjoy the ability to fly. That's all that I want him to do. I'll ask him actually. I'll ask him politely. I say, Stefan, I could transform you into something as you want for a short bit as you go back to your shops. You don't have to walk all that way. You can fly there.
I can fly myself. I flew you out of my shop, if you don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is okay. I'll respect your wishes. Yeah.
Yes, you will.
Will you teach me? Is that cool?
No.
Okay.
He's not a dwarf. He's a human,
No,
right?
he looks to be human, but he's just
Yeah, he's a
very short,
he's a short human.
like kind of hunched over and with like a beard and everything. Like he's just.
I just thought it was a dwarf too. I don't know why I thought that.
Just petite.
Yeah.
Just a small guy.
He waddles off.
Yep.
I go over to Valen. What you doing, Valen?
Probably looking out over the wall at this point at the carnage of the battlefield.
You just put a hand on your shoulder. You never answered. Are you okay?
I think I will be. It's just a lot to take in today. A lot to take in the past couple of days. A lot to take in the past few months. I think the worst part is this feeling of it's not over. This was just the next thing in a line of things to come.
Yeah.
And I think it only gets more dangerous from here.
I know. It's not over. All right.
We've lost a lot of people today.
We did. Yeah. I don't like being a commander in war. I don't like having responsibility for all these lives.
It's not something to take lightly.
No, it's not.
And I look down to see Kiri walking around, and I tell Bear, "Thank you."
Yes, you are welcome. Yeah, sorry I couldn't keep her from going down in the first place, but yes, she is alive and well. Might want to go say hello to her. Wink.
Yeah, you do see that she's kind of stopped like around chest level and is just kind of staring as the snow falls around her, like just staring at the skeleton.
I imagine that's like it's a weird, like beautiful and scary looking at the same time. Like the snowfall whipping around her, but also just death everywhere.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this distance, except you can see like, blood stains and dirt and things like that on her white dress. But it's hard to tell exactly you're quite a ways away, so it's kind of hard to see exactly what's happening with her.
Yeah, I imagine I'll get and back to Bear. I imagine we'll catch up later when all of this kind of settles a little bit more.
Honestly, I need to talk to her too. She kept me alive as well.
She does that.
Yeah. I'm glad. Don't tell anyone, but if anyone were to survive this day, I'm glad she's one of them.
Yes.
Well, we have got some work to do, it looks like.
Yes. I don't even know where to start.
I was hoping you did. I got nothing. Just need to do something.
Maybe we can rest a little bit. I'm not talking about resting up from our wounds, but just rest. That would be nice.
It would be nice, but do we get that lucky? Have we ever been able to rest?
Not yet. Not yet.
I will say this day is a mixed bag for sure. But I think we can rest in the fact that this was a blow to the other side. It might end up making them angrier, but I feel confident that what we did today it will not go unnoticed.
I hope so. I'd love to know why. I'd love to just know why. Why now? Why this thing? Just why? Well, and I think we're getting right down to it. Who?
Seriously though, and because it wasn't, dang, everybody's forgotten their names.
Belladonna and Vander.
Oh,
Yeah.
It wasn't Belladonna. Who was she working for?
That's the conversation to have. But and looking around, is there anybody else like within earshot of us? I figure there's still people kind of moving around, or
Not if you want to be like kind of set apart. That's fine.
yeah, maybe it's a conversation to have when things are a little bit like not where they are right now.
Speaking of that, I know that Asura is not too keen on kind of laying everything out, but I mean, we should tell the king more than we've told him, right? Like, we can't just keep hiding this from him.
I don't know what we're necessarily hiding. We don't know anything, not for certain.
I mean, but Anselin, we didn't lead the people to believe that the threat was over. I know we didn't do that, but we did kind of tell them, like, we didn't tell them everything. We know something is coming. We didn't tell them why we know something is coming. Why can't we say why we know what something is coming?
Do we know something's coming?
We had the dream. Do you not remember?
I don't believe there were any. I actually don't remember. Were there any specifics about something coming? I just remember.
Well, we didn't tell them about.
This is more of a to the DM.
Yeah, so the vision of the skeleton like erupting out of the mountain and approaching was from the Sable Guard.
Right.
They put it in your head.
The dream after Belladonna was all basically visions of how she became Belladonna.
Yes.
Pretty much. Like there wasn't anything that would indicate anything coming down the road. And the first dream that we had, it was more of a general sense of doom and gloom. It wasn't anything specific. Right? Like it's been almost 2 years.
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I don't remember anything. Yeah. So I don't remember any specifics from the dream that would indicate anything. Well, we're getting into the conversation that let's table this. Let's take care of this right now, and then we'll come back to that later.
Promise me we will.
Oh, absolutely. This is something that needs to be talked about.
Okay.
You hear a soft thump behind you as you turn to see one of the mounts has landed as Ithrix like smoothly dismounts in like one single motion behind you and walks up to you with those inky black eyes. He walks up to you, Bear, and he kind of regards you for a moment, just kind of holding your gaze for a second. Then he looks down at your sword, your sable blade, and he holds out his hand.
Do you want me to? Are we shaking hands, or do you want the blade?
The blade.
Ithrax, I would kind of like to keep this, if that's all right with you. It has been very helpful.
He doesn't reply. He just stands there with his hand out.
Am I getting this back? I kind of hold it out, palm out.
He takes it from you by the grip. And he kind of looks up at you again. Then he holds it out, and he puts his hand and just runs it up like over the blade. And you see close to the hilt, you see purple runes of some sort of that you don't recognize. Not the same kind that you saw in the skeleton. These are totally different. Kind of flare up, like light up with this purplish light for a second before fading again into the black of the blade. And then and he says, "The two mounts that you used have no master, and they never will again. But they will serve us until their time is done. And with this, you may summon them once." And he holds the blade back out to you.
Oh. Well, thank you.
If you do not use it in a way that honors our goddess, it will become a curse to you.
I see. And what am I summoning?
He was talking about the two mounts, the extra mounts that you guys have been using this whole time.
Flying
The
horses.
two-
Flying horses.
Oh!
So it's I'll get you a description, but it's
Okay.
basically like it's a one-time use. You
Like
can
at-
summon, like you can summon up to two of them to you.
Oh. I just kind of put it back and just do like a half bow. Thank you. We will use it wisely. I will use it wisely when the time comes, which I'm sure it will.
He looks at you and then he looks at Valen and over at Easy, and he says, "We will find who is behind this. But normally we have no dealings with this realm except when necessary. However, you have done well. You will all be marked. There are some in the Shadowfell that will be able to see this mark, and perhaps it will be of help to you one day."
Are you and your men sticking around, or are you going back?
We will be going back shortly.
Again, thank you for the warning and for the help. It is kind of redundant to say, but without you, this city would be lost. So it is. We are glad for your help.
If you find out who did this before we do, end them.
Oh, don't worry. There will be no deals made. Their time is running out.
It gives you like the slightest nod and turns and walks back to the mount.
I just kind of look at the blade and offer a quick prayer to Morin, just a prayer of thanks and gratitude.
Okay. Down below Asura, you can see, as Stoic kind of dropped you and flew off. You can see Thresh just kind of dragging his men kind of into a line, just kind of lining up the bodies and gently, surprisingly gently, as he lines them up and kind of takes some of their cloaks and covers over their heads and that sort of thing. You do see Stoic fly into the skull as carries over, just kind of staring at the skeleton. Stoic, Asura, whoever, what are you guys doing?
I'm searching.
I wanted to investigate. Yeah.
I'm looking for anything. I know it's got all the ruins on it, but anything that seems more out of place. Is there
roll investigation check?
Control gem or some other? Not bad. I don't think I have any addeds, so probably 15. Yeah, that's 15.
Okay.
I got 16.
Okay. As you're kind of looking over it, it's actually not covered in ruins anymore. As soon as the shadow, basically exploded on it, it was clean. It's like a clean white skeleton now. And so you take some time kind of looking over it, I guess, from inside the skull.
Well, yeah, and outside. I'm looking
Okay.
for anything embedded in it. Or
Yeah, you don't see, as you guys kind of look over it and take some time and it does take some time because this is a very, very large entity. But as you take a while to look over it, you don't see anything but extremely large bone.
What about its little minions that were around it? Is there anything there kind of remains?
You do find a number of swords and swords and shields of various states of disrepair, functional but not good, that sort of thing. Some bows and kind of old arrows and that sort of thing. That's about it. They don't seem to have been raised the same way that a zombie is, where it was a former person that might have possessions on them. This seems to be kind of more supernatural in their creation.
Are there any sigils or anything that seem unusual, like annotated things to represent something or someone?
Not that you can see. I would say the weapons look kind of a little bit older style than you're used to seeing. Not completely alien, just seems like they're a little bit older in make.
So everyone's walking around with iPhone 4s?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, it's just kind of old, a little bit older style of equipment. Yeah, but no real markings or anything like that. It seemed like the runes were the most kind of unique thing about what was happening there, and they've been wiped clean.
Okay. Not finding anything. I'm gonna make my way over to what's his name?
Thresh,
thank you. And I'm just gonna kind of as he's dragging them, I'm just gonna help him lay the capes on the bodies. Since I know a lot of these guys, don't I? I met a lot of these guys.
You recognize kind of vaguely some faces from the encounters you had in Lessa. There's a red-haired dwarf that you met once that kind of helped arrest you, basically. Take you in, and a few others that you never knew the names of, but were just kind of there. And he kind of gives you a nod as he continues the work, as you walk up.
Yeah, I don't say anything. I just kind of, and I do the thing where, like when you like lay their hair, like when you lay the person's hair and like lay it flat, I like just kind of like lay everyone's hair down. Asura doesn't really know how to she doesn't have a god, so she's not like, she can't pray to anyone, but she feels like she has to do something of reverence in this moment. And so that's her reverence.
Sure. Yeah. So he just continues to do that with his men, and eventually kind of lines them up and just says, "This is a day full of blood."
This. I thought victory would taste sweeter, but all I can taste is the iron.
Sometimes it takes death to stop death.
Then who will live?
He looks back at the city behind you, and he says, "I have a feeling that there are many who will because of you this day."
Then I hope they are worth it.
Who can say what a life is worth? But these men knew what they were doing when they came.
If no one else says it, I am very grateful for their sacrifice.
Well, we will ensure they are buried properly.
You're a very crazy man. You got inside the skeleton.
I knew your plan, and I wanted to be ready in case the wizard failed.
It was smart. Thank you.
I don't know if smart is what I would call any of this. But it was necessary.
I'm not a good caliber. And I'm not a good caliber to judge smart.
But it was necessary. Is Lady Empress here?
I have no idea. We were supposed to be watching her house when all of this went down.
Watching her house?
The Folly's next big mission was to be house sitters. We were just supposed to look at it and sit in it. Then we had to kill a giant.
That would have been a good mission.
To house sit? Would have been a nice change of pace.
I will go there and wait for further orders from her.
The housekeepers and those who work for the home are probably still hidden safe, so there may not be anyone when you arrive. Also,
All right.
I don't know in what repair that house will be in, because I'm pretty sure people were ransacking the city.
All right.
So just stay sharp.
Bro.
Get some rest. He starts trudging through the snow while making his way back towards the city.
I just kind of stand there and like, I have that cloak of warming on still, and I just kind of bundle myself like tighter because I don't like the snow. And I'm just kind of standing there and I'm just looking at the lined up bodies.
Where we need to get back. Check in with Lord Greenwood and find out what the extent of damage is to the city. Can't be of any further help here.
Yeah, I know.
I'll put my arm around her shoulder and like gently start to guide her back.
I'm just gonna walk with you.
Okay. You start to see men making their way out of the city to, kind of collect bodies and take care of things as people start moving and starting to collect the dead and recover and kind of start taking care of the battlefield now as you make your way back. Are you flying back up?
I don't know if I have it. I doubt I have it.
How long did it last?
An hour.
An hour? Yeah, you'd still have it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably half an hour or so after the search of the skeleton and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I'll get us back to the top of the wall.
Yeah, I'll walk until I think it's about out with her, and then fly us up to where we need to go before it runs out.
Yeah, you'll still have a little bit left even after that, but yeah. So you can just kind of take off and fly up to where Val and Bear and Easy are.
When I land, I'm just gonna look. Is what's her name? The young cleric's body still there?
Yeah, it's been it's kind of being moved next to the paladins and other people who are kind of being lined up in a certain place along the wall.
I'm gonna, before they take her away, I'm gonna run up to her. I'm gonna do some kind of gross. I'm gonna lift one of her eyelids to see what color eyes she had.
They were blue.
Okay, and I'm just gonna remember the blue. And then I'll close her eyelids and I'll just say, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'll walk over to Asura Bialora. Asura Bialora. Hi. How are you?
Heartbroken, devastated, but alive.
Well, that's one good thing.
I imagine this is you for my breathing right now.
Oh, yes, it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No problem. Yeah, you're good. You and Stoic find anything out? Find anything out down there on the ground?
Nothing. It's like the bones never had anything on them.
Oh.
Morin and her magic wiped them clean.
Well, I guess that's one good thing.
Except there's just no clues left.
Yeah, well, we kind of, I mean, we know, well, we think we know what did this at least.
Do we? I
guess
just
we-
know a scary, dark voice from my nightmare made it address us, so why not do everything else? But who is he?
Oh, yeah, no, we have no idea who, but maybe we know the cause, the thing that did it.
What thing that did it?
The staff. It's probably the staff.
Oh, Shazran stuff.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, why not? It could be any of that. I'm 100% confident that staff is in the baddest of hands.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't really know what to say because I'm kind of feeling it too. I'm right there with you. It's a victory, but it's not a very good feeling victory.
Let's just go back to the castle and figure out what our next steps are.
Alright. Sounds good. I assume like we're not leaving the wall unattended. There's still people milling about.
Yeah, you're seeing people and soldiers and things like that, like I said, gathering the dead and just kind of starting to take care of business, making wounded, making their way to any of the triage tents set up and that sort of thing. And you can kind of look down and see that's kind of what's happening along the walls and everything as well.
I'll ask one of the soldiers coming up if they know where Lord Greenwood is.
I believe he's in the castle.
It is Valprince, yeah? Valprincess?
Yes.
War Prince Greenwood, yes. Yeah, I believe that's his title right now.
No word on Gethrin and the army. They haven't shown up yet.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I gotta get going.
Yeah. I'll fill in Stoic and Asura on our conversation with Ithrax.
Alright, so you're all making your way to the castle? Okay.
I'll walk in. I just want to turn to Bear. Thank you for helping Asura earlier.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of my sister, of course. Thank you for. I haven't thanked you for saving my ass back there. If you hadn't picked me up, I think those shadow monsters would have gotten me. So thank you for getting me at the right time.
Well, it was kind of neat, kind of floating there, and when that fireball thing happened under our feet, it was it's kind of crazy,
right? Yeah, if we had I don't know if like someone could like paint really fast, but if someone could like paint that moment, that'd have been a good portrait.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to give you something. It's not my place to really heal anymore. Kind of can't. Really been saving our asses in that department, and I wanted to say thank you. And I give him my mace. You do have to attune to it, but I think you'll find it useful. And I give you the Dorian Mace.
Just kind of hold it. Are you sure?
Yeah, it'll help you a lot more than it helps me. So,
tell you what. I'm not gonna lie, I've kind of had my eyes on it. been kind of jealous watching you wield this thing. So thank you. But I cannot accept this. What I will do is I will accept it temporarily until you want it back.
Fair enough.
Any day you want it back, it's yours.
Thank you. You can add that to your inventory, sir.
Thanks, Stoic. I guess if we're gonna give out things, do you want this cloak? I don't really need it anymore.
No, I'm good.
All right. I don't really have anything.
He's got his fancy cloak.
I do. I'm
He
not
has the
getting rid of
dimension door cloak.
Oh, yeah,
It
that's right.
is.
Yeah,
Pretty,
you're good. You have
pretty
that.
good.
it. I'm not getting rid of that.
That's fair. Gosh, I don't really know what to say other than thank you.
You don't have to give it back. Although, if you ever get a cool trident again, I'd like to play with it.
No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Wait, is the trident lost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I tried
Too
to
soon,
give
buddy.
it to the cat. What? What'd you
He,
do?
he threw it onto the ground in front of the Great Furred One just before Stoic arranged for teleportation for you guys.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. That was a while ago, yeah. I forgot you threw it.
That's the other reason why I'm giving him the mace. Kind of put down.
This is much better than the trident, so thank you.
That's all I got.
I'm just feel like I'm kind of shocked. Like a lot of good, a lot of bad, just a lot. And so I'm just kind of walking on air. Like as I'm walking with my friends and my family, I just feel safe and kind of good with them, but surrounded by a lot of bad things. So it's a very, very odd feeling.
My brain just had 4 song references all hit at once.
That's kind of how I speak. Like I just speak
Yeah.
in song.
Keep that going, Bear, and we can all walk into the castle like that. Just door open, slow strut come in, like
Use your
Our whole
fog
group.
machine. Lasers.
You're off my groove.
You throw off the Emperor's Groove.
So you guys, it doesn't take long because you're actually up, like on the castle level there.
Yeah.
And so you kind of walk around to one of the entrances and into warmth as you enter the castle. Kind of greeted by the warmth contrasted to the snow outside. And as you walk through, you can see the servants and people passing you by have pretty clear looks of relief on their face, and some of them smiling now is a big contrast to the really serious, heavy mood that you've seen this last 24 hours in the castle. It just seems like just an atmosphere of relief and little bits of happiness because of they're saved. And so you eventually make your way to the throne room and enter as you see the 3 High Council members with including Lord Greenwood still kind of gathered around the table, but also looking a little bit looser. Lord Greenwood's still looking kind of serious and intense as he always does, but you can see him giving some orders to people and around city recovery and policing things as things are kind of dying down. You hear some talk of thefts and things of that nature, and he just says, "Well, put them aside and we'll deal with them later." And basically just kind of you're catching him giving out some orders for like the recovery of the city and that sort of thing. As you guys enter and walk up to the table, he turns and all three of them look at you, and you see him give you a nod, and he's like, I'm very glad to see you're all okay.
How did the rest of the city fare?
We're still collecting reports. It seems that the shadows appearing throughout the city began attacking people, and so there is damage through the city and lives that are lost, but we're not sure how many. It does not seem to have. We're not getting reports of mass casualties, but it's hard to tell for sure right now.
That's a relief.
If you had not slain the big one, it would have been much worse.
Are the city guard still intact for the most part?
We've heard reports that about a third of the men that were here were lost. About half of the volunteer force. We're not sure in terms of civilians yet. But nevertheless, and he kind of stops for a moment, and Lady Verissa kind of interjects and is like, "It seems that once again we are highly in your debt. The city would not be standing if not for you and your efforts."
You're welcome.
That and the efforts of all those others that stood with us.
Quite.
Just did what needed to be done. Nothing to really celebrate us regarding. Valen's kind of uncomfortable with the praise and just not feeling it right now.
Yeah, Lord Dernick says, "Well, what I know is that whenever we're in need, you always seem to be there. We will certainly ensure that you're properly rewarded as well as everyone else who's earned it today. Although that might be a little tricky."
Why so?
The counselors sort of look at each other a little bit uncomfortably, and Verissa says, "We have much to think about in terms of the crown. But this will have to be a matter in terms of once the king returns." Lord Greenwood says, "It's hard to know for sure if the messengers reached the army, considering there were threats outside of the wall, but if they did, the army should have turned around and should be returning around noon today."
We being invited to the briefing for the king when he does.
If you wish.
I think so. As long as everyone else would like to be present.
Yes, no, I would.
Oh yeah.
So you have chambers nearby that we can rest while we wait for the king's return.
We can. We do. Or you are welcome to return home, and we'll send a runner as soon as they arrive and return to the city. It's up to you.
I I kind of want to, at least for a moment, get away from here. Maybe we could rest it at your manor, Greenwood, Lord Greenwood.
Of course, you're welcome.
I know we have places of our own, but that was kind of our first home when we got here, and I think a lot of us have grown quite attached to it. I hope it's no trouble.
Not at all. Your rest is well earned. We'll send for you when the king returns. He turns back to the council and he says, in the meantime, I don't think we should wait. The High Council can handle things collectively from here on. We should end the title of War Prince for now. And Verissa and Dernick sort of nod, and she says, very well then. And you see Greenwood, like his shoulders just kind of drop just a little bit.
I just walk over to him. If I get an understanding out there of how hard it is to be in charge of a war. I only felt in charge for a few minutes, and you were only in charge for 2 days, but I'm sure those 2 days felt like a lifetime. So just, I guess I'm saying thank you for keeping the city alive. Thank you for running things as well as you did, and for stepping in when you did, and also giving up the title. So you continue to impress me.
It is as Defender Wren said, we all do our part.
Indeed.
Go and rest while you can. And Verissa says, I shall see them out. And she starts walking toward the main doors.
Whoever's closest, I just lean on them. I'm starting to not feel good. Because I only have the 5 temporary hit points right now.
Oh. So, let's get you home.
Okay. After you exit the throne room, as Verissa's kind of walking alongside of you, as she walks with this kind of straight-backed posture, like this sort of prim and properness that's always present, of kind of like exactly what you'd expect of an older, higher-ranking member of a king's court, and someone who doesn't play around, is very serious. And as she walks, she says, please do rest while you can. I'm afraid this day's difficulties are going to shift to difficulty of a different kind.
What do you mean?
How shall I say this? The opinion of the king has not been high for a very long time. It's been on a very downward trajectory. Now, with his apparent abandonment of the city and leaving the city defenseless against the greatest threat it has faced in 200 years, we do not anticipate that the people will tolerate King Gethrin much longer.
He didn't abandon the city. He went after what was perceived to be the next great threat.
You know this. I know this. But the mob is fickle and shallow in their thinking. They will not so easily forgive him after a year and a half of inaction.
And what does that have to do with us?
I find myself curious. What is your opinion on Gethrin and the throne?
Honestly, I don't have any opinion. about any form of leadership. So long as it saves and helps its people, whatever works, works.
And what of the rest of you?
I personally think it's time for us to rest.
Yeah, kind of.
It is important that you give me direct answers. This conversation is not throwaway. It's more important than you think.
But what you are doing is you are asking us to choose sides. Many of us aren't even of this land. I cannot say if he was a good or bad king, because I was not one of his citizens.
We don't even know the full score. All we know is Gethrin is king. If we get rid of him, who takes his place? We have no idea who that would be. So...
No one is asking you to get rid of him. That is the council's decision alone. But I don't think you quite understand how these things work. You have come along from wherever you came from and have conducted yourselves in quite the noble fashion. Whether it's noble or not is irrelevant. The point is that you have earned for yourself a reputation among the people of Carandia. A reputation that was already burgeoning on the cusp of rebellion before you slayed this necromancer. You have done nothing but earn yourselves reputation among the people. Your opinion on these things matters to a great number of people, and if you should decide something, that you have an opinion, it could have a very great effect on this country, and that is my concern.
And what opinion do you want us to have?
Do you have one? Honestly? Without evasion of the question?
Honestly, I don't care. I only care about your citizens and the people and the ones who are most vulnerable. I don't care who sits on your throne. If you have a king, if you have a council, if you have a democracy, if you have a dictatorship, I don't care what it is, so long as your most vulnerable are protected. I have never enjoyed politics, and I have no interest in starting to get involved in it. I only speak for myself here. I will not speak for my brothers. I don't care if he stays or goes. If the people think there is someone who can serve them better, that is fine. If you think there is someone that can serve them better, that is fine, so long as that person does better. You can't be words, you must be actions. That is my opinion.
So you seek a leader who is more active.
Don't twist her words.
I'm not twisting anything. I do not intend to misuse this. I simply want an honest conversation.
We just gave you the honest answer.
I don't think you're being honest with yourselves. If you purport to care about these people, then you must care about their leaders.
Like Asura said, we care to the extent that the people are safe.
Can you truly be this naive?
Apparently, yes. I don't know if you understand this. We've only been here a few months. We showed up for a job. We showed up for one job, and then everything spun out of control very quickly.
Listen, my opinion is, give us another option. If you are interested in giving the kingdom to someone else, tell us who you're thinking, and I'll give you my honest opinion of that person. But all I know is whether Gethrin yay or nay, and the answer is, I don't care. Gethrin can go or leave.
Well, you've had some encounters with the nobility so far. Who do you think would protect this people better?
I don't want to get involved in that conversation. That is not for me to say.
Did
You're
you not
asking-
just say you want to discuss options?
Yeah, give me a name. Who do you think you want to be out there?
Well, I can assure you I have no interest myself personally. Lord Dernick, Lord Greenwood, any of the governors or governesses, suitable candidates in their own ways.
If you're asking who we throw our weight behind, we can't answer. We can tell you that we'll do our best to stay out of it and not throw our names behind anybody, king or replacement. As far as I think most of us are concerned, there's no great leaders. There's just not as bad as others. In some way or another, the people are usually not the highest priority to the nobility. Not that I've seen. And so whoever takes the place, as long as they're not abusing the people, I could really care less.
Let me put this question to you another way. If someone took the throne that you did not like or did not approve of, what would you do?
Do you mean that, like, I just don't like you, or like you are literally trying to kill your people?
Oh, not being that specific. The point is, if you disagreed with the leadership strongly.
I don't know if you know this, but I can leave whenever.
I simply have a hard time believing that someone who has repeatedly put their lives on the line for this country against some of the greatest evil we've seen in centuries has no opinion whatsoever on the outcome of the leadership of this country.
I've never put my life in front of your country.
You
I have
simply
put my-
just did this morning. Please.
Listen. As
No,
we told
I-
the
I
people, we don't live here. All right.
You may
Well-
not be from here, and you certainly do have a dwelling here, and you have made yourself part of this country, whether you like it or not. Even if you leave, there will still be a part of you here forever now. What you do matters to Carondia now, whether you like it or not.
I need to
We
like
have a very difficult day ahead of us, and I need to know the best way forward, and I am simply trying to ascertain what one of the most influential groups thinks. If you truly do swear an oath of neutrality, or whatever you want to call it, and keep your mouth shut during these proceedings, then so be it. That's your prerogative. I simply don't want any surprises if you decide one day that you disagree and decide to disrupt the entire kingdom again. Because the people do listen to you.
And we're
I
aware of
understand.
that power. That's why we're trying not to use it. I don't
Something we
want-
don't do. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. But go ahead. I think you're gonna say what I'm gonna say.
No. Actually, this is Larry asking I said we don't do this enough. I want to do an insight check on her.
Okay.
I'm probably not gonna roll well, but hey, whatever.
First roll the night.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, wait,
Do
no.
it.
I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. 13.
Okay. She seems she seems to you very as you've seen before, very serious. She seems like she has a very sharp mind that is kind of in overdrive trying to figure out what's going to happen and what needs to happen. She's very concerned. More than a little irritated by this conversation. You get the distinct impression that she does not trust that somebody could have that kind of power and be disinterested with all the things you've done.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of a disbelief at naivete that like the king wouldn't matter, that sort of approach. Like She just doesn't trust what you're saying, for a lot of reasons.
Yeah. Okay.
She doesn't seem to be hiding anything. She just seems to be very straightforward with you. She seems like the person who doesn't mince words and is very direct.
That's one of it. I want to make sure she wasn't trying to. She had some kind of ulterior motive, and she was trying to find out whether we're behind that or anything. So,
as far as you can tell, she views you as somebody who could change the tide of things in Karandia, and so she has to figure out where you stand on things, and she just doesn't believe what you're saying because it doesn't make any sense to her.
We have not been dishonest, and we are a bit, well, I will say that I think a couple of us are probably a bit naive to politics of a kingdom, as most of us have not grown up in this kind of setting. We do understand the power that we do hold now, and we don't take that lightly. We don't know enough about Gethryn, about King Gethryn, or any potential replacements that you or anyone else might have in mind to know whether there is going to be any significant shift in the caring and this overall direction and how people of this kingdom are taken care of, people of the city are taken care of. We don't know. And that's where, that's why we don't want to give our answer to something we don't understand. Not fully. At least that's where I am. I don't want to, I'm hoping I'm not putting words in anybody else's mouth here, but we don't understand enough.
And as she walks with you through these hallways, she's silent for a moment, and you just hear the sort of rustling of her dress and footsteps as you walk through the large hall. And as she looks you dead in the eye with this kind of narrowed eye look, and she turns back forward and says, "Well, you've certainly never struck me as particularly dishonest. And I mean no offense. I mean what I say when I say that we are greatly indebted to you. And I also intend to ensure that you are properly rewarded when the king returns. But this is a very serious matter, and I must ensure that I understand where all the pieces of the board are set. I hope you do not take offense."
I think that I can understand that as much as I can understand what's going on with this. While I do agree that we are fairly newcomers to this region, to this city, to the nobility, we do care. I care. I think that everyone else does, because why would we have done what we did today? We have gone into so many things not having information, not knowing enough of what's going on, and barely getting out of it alive. We just don't want to do this. This is something that's really important, and we don't want to do this again. I think we understand the importance. Again, not trying to put words in anybody else's mouth, but I think that's where I stand.
As you, at this point, you kind of reach the front gate of the castle, and she stops, and she kind of looks you all over and says, "I still find you to be incredibly naive about all of this. But nevertheless, you've earned some of my respect. Go and rest, and we will summon you when the king returns."
May I ask one question before you?
Yes.
that knight, Anselin, is be high enough nobility to be in consideration for whatever it is you are thinking.
Historically, the leader of the Chalice of Life might have been high enough ranking, but Sir Anselin has not concerned himself with much in terms of climbing the ladders of power. He is certainly befriended a number of people in power, but he does not seem to have that sort of ambition. I don't believe he would be seriously considered.
Good to know.
I also have a question for you. Choose as a number through 1 to 10.
Shit.
Why?
If you may humor me, yeah.
1.
It's okay. Then we choose Lord Greenwood. I mean, as far as my choice, that's what it is. A hat. You know, sometimes, and I don't know if she saw me, but like with I cast the mage hand and I rolled some dice like behind me. She chose the number. I wasn't super subtle about it.
Okay.
And I was like, that's my decision. I hope you'll respect it. We do care about this country, but sometimes you have to trust where the lords go. That's all you can do.
Well, you certainly live up to a wizard's reputation for strangeness.
I take that as a compliment, yeah.
If you wish.
Good night, Fraulein. We need the rest.
Until this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed.
She turns and walks back down the hallway. As you guys exit the gate back into the snow and cold wind as you make your way to Eldergate.
Is that where we're going? Is that where we decided?
Lord Greenwood's place, right?
Yeah, that's Lord Greenwood's place.
I mean, we're eventually going to need to check on Enthris's place too.
Yeah.
There's like dead people there.
Yeah, they got rid of
Well, what's his name went over there? The leader of the.
Oh, Thresh.
Thresh went over there.
So you're
yeah.
Abandoning your house sitting duties.
Yeah. Is it kind of on the way?
I think they're like this.
Yeah, they're like different directions, basically. You go west to go to Red Feather and east to go to Eldergate.
Yeah, I might stop in just to make sure that everything's okay, since that is technically what we were hired for. If everybody else wants to, I can meet you at Eldergate Manor after that, but I do feel a sense of responsibility.
Okay. Okay, so you swing by and check up on them, and essentially, the servants have been kind of notified that they can exit, and they're kind of getting the house, just kind of getting things, back to their duties and that sort of thing. As you kind of chat with the guards for a second, Red Feather hasn't seemingly been touched by any sort of burglary or anything like that.
Good.
Seems to have been left alone for the most part. Some of the guards had stayed out front, kind of keeping watch, even with the kind of lockdown, if you will. And they did have a brief encounter with one of the shadows, but that was about it, and they were able to take it out. But nothing else of note seems to have happened.
Okay. I think after just doing a general sweep of the area, I had to join the party at Eldergate.
All right. So you make your way over to Eldergate, and the new head servant, Loris, seems kind of surprised, but recognizes you and takes you at your word that you've been sent, allowed to stay there and kind of make sure you're fed and drinks or anything that you might want as you guys take some time. So you guys can take a short rest. Go ahead and do that if you want.
I'm gonna spend my short rest attuning to the Dorian Mace.
Okay.
Before the short rest, I noticed something a little funny towards the end of the fight. Like my eyes felt a little funny, and I'm gonna concentrate and see if I can make that happen. I'm gonna lean into what I was feeling.
Okay.
And which my new power, I activate ghostly gaze.
Okay.
And now I have X-ray vision, and I can see through everything.
Oh no!
And so, while we're all sitting there, you just see Stoic go from a gray to a very bright pink. Because
I guess we noticed this, and
Wait, do I recognize ghostly gaze as a spell?
I don't know. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah,
As a wizard?
It's a pact ability. It's not even a spell.
It's
okay.
it's a.
Gotcha.
So it's basically just lets you see through solid objects up with dark vision to a range of 30 feet for a minute. So it's basically you're just kind of seeing, and I would say it's not quite like everything disappears, because that wouldn't make any sense. It's like if you say I want to look through this wall or something of that nature, generally speaking, you could. And so basically as you do, you're kind of seeing, as you're kind of looking around, you're able to kind of see different rooms and look above you and see like the rooms above you and furniture and everything. Seeing a couple of servants doing their thing around the manor, looking outside and seeing the snow falling in the garden and courtyard outside.
If I'm able, Stoic is totally peeking.
You don't actually turn a different color or anything.
No,
he was blushing because he could see through things.
Gotcha.
Okay, listen. If
try
Asura ever finds out that you can do this, she's gonna wreck you, and not in the sexy way.
But like, hey, to be fair, I peeked at everybody.
I'm just saying, if she ever finds out, you ever tell her you have this, gonna wreck you.
I just wanted to do it before my short rest.
Okay. So you take some time just resting and recovering and trying to, you can use your hit dice if you want to heal up. And any other actions, small things like your attunement and things like that you want to do as the servants take care of you. This is, so by this point, it's, probably mid-morning, probably mid to late morning. Around, like, closer to the end of the short rest, there's a knock at the door, and Loris allows them inside as what looks like a kind of a military messenger, like a messenger that works for the city guard. Comes in. He says, "Good morning. I was sent by my lieutenant." Who's been working to recover things at the North Wall. He just thought you might want to know, I think you're friends with the lady cleric, is that correct?
Alora or Kiri?
The blonde, short hair.
That's Kiri.
She's been standing in the snow staring at the skeleton since the end of the battle. I thought you might want to know.
She hasn't moved at all. Not like, at all.
No, she responds with short words when somebody talks to her, but she hasn't moved.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I want to check on her.
Let's check on Kitty.
Yeah, all good.
The way.
All right. So you make your way down around, like out of the Leaf District and down to one of the gates and to the north gate, making your way through the wreckage that is the remains of the shambles after your fight there. And as you're walking through the kind of northern part of the city here, you're seeing. So as you walk through the Leaf District, you're noticing a lot of talk and overhearing some things of word of disruption and theft. You're seeing some broken windows in different places. You're seeing, as you exit the Leaf District, you start to see. Well, in the Leaf District is a mix of that, but also some obvious like signs of struggle and occasional blood splatters and things of that nature from the battle. You're seeing, as you exit the Leaf District, you're also seeing evidence of fight and little bits of damage here and there, and the occasional dead body or people walking injured and that sort of thing. But you're also seeing a lot of people who kind of look up and notice you, will bow or get out of the way or smile or something like that, because it's this sort of mixed air of it's still post-battle where they're still recovering, but it's also victorious. Like they see you guys as pretty clearly as, saviors, and, kind of giving you that kind of birth of respect as you walk. You finally make your way out of the city and through the shambles and into the kind of trudging through the field as the snow has slowed down a bit in the time that you've been doing things. It's still a little bit of a flurry, and it's still coming down, but you eventually make your way over to the side of the skeleton where you see Carrie is still standing in the same spot where you left her. Now her dress now soaking wet with melted snow, as you just see dirt, and it's torn in different places, and you can see just blood that's now somewhat dried but not completely because of the melted snow. And she's not wearing a cloak or anything. She's just kind of standing there with like a stare off at the skeleton.
I take the cloak of warming off, knowing full well I'm about to freeze my tush off. I'm going to take the cloak of warming off, and I'm just going to place it on her shoulders.
As you do, she kind of like puts a hand up on the shoulder, just kind of lightly, and thank you.
It's time to come inside. It's getting cold.
I don't want to go back.
Go back where?
I shouldn't be here.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm too weak. I'm too weak to do anything. I always have been. You know, growing up, I was always an outsider. I was always bullied because I couldn't stand up for myself. And I wanted friends, so I would give things away and be tricked all the time. And then my mom died and I was left alone. And I continued to find a way to live, but it was hard. I'm not very good with my brain or with food, like cooking, with people, you know, like communication. I've never been very good at anything. One day when I was alone and barely surviving, I was tricked again. I heard cries for help, and I went running and just found several men waiting for me. And they grabbed at me, but I managed to slip away, and I ran into the road just as a patrol of guards were going by, and just narrowly missed slipping right through the horses, and the men behind me didn't. And the guards got really angry, but I was afraid, so I just kept running. And I ran into the woods, and after a time, I got lost. And I tried to find my way back, but I couldn't, because I'm not very good with direction either. And right as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, I stumbled on an old shrine amongst some ruins, still being attended by a cleric of Ixie. She didn't know I was coming, but she didn't seem surprised either. She was so kind and relaxed and confident, and she's the one who taught me about Ixie, and I eventually realized that Ixie was the one who had brought me there. For the first time in my life, I felt like luck was on my side. I mean, I eventually realized I was lucky in some ways. I mean, I had a loving mother, which is more than some have. But anyway, even then, being a cleric of Ixie is hard. Everyone just wants to use her for gambling and things like that, but the truth of her is strange to most. So she doesn't have many true followers. But she's beautiful and important, and I would die for her. Or at least I thought I would. But the truth is, I was scared. I'm always scared. I took my duties seriously, but I couldn't handle the constant rejection of trying to tell people about her, so I hid. That's why I was in that shrine where you found me originally. I met you, and you helped me. Well, I had to pay you, but still, Ixie accepted you into the temple. At least accepted Valen. And I thought maybe we could be friends, but I quickly realized you were all so strong. I mean, you're all heroes. You fight dragons and crime lords and necromancers and armies. And you're all so good. And I don't even think you all see it. Like, I don't think you see all that you've done for everyone. And you introduced me to Arata, who's become a dear friend. But she kind of turns toward you guys, not quite making eye contact, but looking out at you guys and says, But you also showed me I can't stay. I want to become stronger. I want to become able to defend myself from people like Kotak and not just cause trouble for my friends by being a victim all the time. I want to actually learn how to fight them. I want to help instead of hiding. And maybe become strong enough to actually stand by your side one day. And I want people to understand Ixie, to really know her. And I can't do that if I stay a nobody hiding in a shop. So I'm going to leave. I'm going to learn how to fight and how to get stronger in her. I want to show the world what she's all about and maybe see if one day I can be strong like you are. And maybe, just maybe one day find my strength.
I really hope that for you too. But I want you to look at me very quickly. You are not a burden on anyone. And I say this being the one who has probably fallen the most of anyone in our party. I fell on the wall today. And Bear had to pick me up. I died once. And Stoic had to pick me up. But there's also been times that I have protected them. I am not as strong as they are. And I worry every day that I am a burden on them. That I take away valuable resources in a battle. So I understand that. But strength comes in many forms. And your goddess deserves you. And you have one follower, maybe? And I look to Valen. And I reach out for his hand. And I kind of bring the three of us into a little triangle for a minute. And do you have friends who will always be here for you?
Kiri, you saved my life today. And I saved yours. But if you hadn't saved my life, then I couldn't bring you back, and I couldn't bring Asura back. So you saved my life, and you saved Asura's life. That's two people you saved today, alone. Also, you saved us in the battle with the stretchy arm guy this morning. You are brave. You came to help us more than once in very dangerous times.
So as far as being scared, I was scared today. I was scared when we fought the dragon. I was scared when we fought Belladonna. Fear is part of it. If you didn't have fear, there would be nothing to overcome. There would be no bravery, no courage. Fear is what gives space for courage. You showed up, you fought. You have courage.
Well, if that's true, then I should use that courage to get strong then.
I will be sad to see you leave, but I will never stop you from doing what you think is best for yourself and what you want to achieve in this world. But I hope you will at least say goodbye to Arada before you go. We will miss you very much, I am sure.
Can you tell us where you would go to get stronger?
I don't know. But maybe I'll get lucky.
Are you leaving right now, or
Soon.
I just slowly back up a little bit so that the two of them are still holding hands.
You can just feel her hand is, well, freezing cold and just limp. Like, just sort of lifeless. And she's just... Soon.
I understand the need to leave. I've had to do the same thing before. I wish you all the luck. I hope that's find what you're looking for. And at the point, I pull out the coin, and I take my other hand and try to open up her palm, since she's apparently not really showing anything. I put the coin in her hand. I said, somebody needs to teach me about Ixie. A little smirk, a little smile, and release, leaving the coin in her hand.
Where did you get this?
Well, I am fairly certain it has everything to do with Ixie. But it was in, of all places, an underground temple of sorts, stuck between the cracks between two bricks in the floor. And I will swear to my dying breath that Ixie is the one who tripped me so that I would find it, because I know how to walk.
I've heard about these. They're really rare. Really have gotten her attention.
Seems that way.
And she kind of takes her hand and puts it back into your hand and says, she gave this to you. And still kind of like, as she kind of closes your hand and kind of holds it for a second, she looks up at you and she's like, I'm sorry I couldn't help me more in the battle today. You were just too far away. She drops her hand.
That's okay. It was chaotic. You helped exactly who you needed to help.
Just gonna ever so slowly corral the rest of the guys, like, let's go look at this thing over here.
As she's doing that, I just, hey, is it crazy? Like, we do need a cleric in the group. Like, is that a terrible idea?
Yes, it is absolutely the worst idea you've come up with today. Let her go on her own journey. We can't just keep wandering into clerics.
All right, I'm just saying, we're in the market.
Also, and I like grab a hold of Bear and I'm like, I need your body heat right now. Otherwise, I will die out here on the field.
For sure. I take off the cloak of many fashions and like wrap it around her and like kind of make a little tent.
Doesn't make it any warmer, but I will appreciate it.
And I start kind of, because this whole time I've been looking at her. Now I'm starting to look at like the ground and like just generally everywhere else, but at her. And I will miss you. Yes.
Me too. Though maybe interest can keep you warm.
My interests lie elsewhere.
Well, if we're lucky, we'll meet again. Maybe I'll be strong enough to stand by you.
You already are. You go. You find what you need to find. And if the luck of Ixie has anything to say about it, we will meet again. Or even if she doesn't.
Either way, I'm glad to have known you.
Like looking right at her. Same.
She takes a deep breath as you see her breath in the cold and everything. All right. And she turns and she walks toward the rest of the group and says, "Thank you all for everything."
Thank you.
Thank you.
She looks at Stoic and she says, "I hope you'll be able to take good care of them." And she kind of looks at your chest and where's your holy symbol?
Sometimes we all need to go on our own journeys for a little while.
What do you mean?
I needed to walk alone for a little while. Figure some things out.
You needed to walk alone.
Yeah.
You're not a cleric anymore.
No.
You see that she's looking you dead in the eye for the first time since you guys came down here. And you see her walk slowly up to you. And she slaps you.
Oh.
Hooray!
You abandoned your god?
Yes.
How could you?
Some difficulty, actually. But and I look around at the battlefield. I can't understand why someone's belief would lead them to do acts such as this. I know that the people that did this are not fans of Chaldron, but they're believers nonetheless. And one of the biggest believers in Chaldron tried to help, tried to raise the dead for their beliefs.
I'm not talking about any of them. I'm talking about you.
Yeah. Let's just say I don't believe in belief anymore. Not in higher powers. I've seen too many fights, too much death because of it. I've asked Chaldron for help. I've been let down. I need to find a way to do things on my own. You're not the only one that doesn't feel strong enough to protect the ones you care about.
Let down? Did you stop being able to heal? Did you stop being able to cast spells or do anything?
No.
Because he was there. He was working through you. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know what's in your head, but Chaldron didn't abandon you. You abandoned him.
And who abandoned that dead cleric up on the wall? She was a kid, fighting in his name. Explain that to me.
Why do you think death exists?
Take the innocent? Because that's all I've seen.
Is
It
it?
sure as hell isn't taking the ones that are causing all this havoc.
Has it not? Haven't many of them fallen at your hand?
Yes.
Death comes for everyone. That's why Morin is there.
And the last one fell without the help, Chaldron.
We all have our time. Do you presume to sit and judge Chaldron?
No.
You think you're better than him? You think you know better than the gods?
No. But I need to figure out how to do it without relying on the gods. Because I honestly can't sit by and watch more of my fellow, well, no longer fellow, but watch Chaldron's followers die for nothing. They're out here fighting for a god that allows them to die. When Chaldron has the power to stop it.
She walks up like closer, like basically, like definitely shorter than you, but basically like in your face, and she's like, I don't care how you justify it. You were his, and you abandoned him. And he was working through. You have no idea how many people's prayers were answered through you. I don't care what justification you have or what thoughts you're using to try to justify your actions. That's not okay.
Just have to disagree.
It doesn't matter if you agree or not. And she backs up a little bit. Just kind of holds your gaze for a moment, like this smoldering look. Like,
well, I could use some hot tea and some soup. Because I'm going to die of frostbite out here. Your country is stupid for having snow, and I would like to be warm now.
You're not leaving like this second, are you?
No, because she's gonna have some hot tea and soup, and I get like underneath, like I get like a linked arm situation with her, and I'm like, let's go get us some hot tea and soup now, and I just start escorting her back to warmth. But like as we get just out of like the reach of the guys, I just go, thank you for slapping him. And I just keep walking.
He's a cleric. He should know better. Or he was.
Listen, I don't care for gods. They are weird. I don't understand them. I like him better like this in the sense that he's kind of dirty now, and I like that about him. But I think he's doing this the wrong way. But I can't tell him he's doing it the wrong way.
Just because you don't get what you want doesn't mean they're not watching or that they don't have your good in mind. This universe is so much bigger than any of us. He should know better.
He didn't have what you had. A loving parent. He didn't have people who loved him in the same way that you did. And I think he's misunderstood those feelings.
I had a loving parent and also a father who loved me with his fists until he left at a young age, leaving us in poverty. As people robbed us and tricked us, and he doesn't have a monopoly on hard lives.
I'm not saying he does. I'm saying that he has misidentified those feelings. Both of you, I think, are luckier than anyone. I didn't have any parents. I don't know what my parents were like. I don't know what they looked like. I don't know what they sounded like. I only had people who wanted to kidnap kids or use them or kick them or yell at them. And then when I finally found someone to take care of me, she turned me into a monster. I am not saying that any one of us has a monopoly on sorrow. I am saying it defines a lot of the way we look at the world. And sometimes we misunderstand it. And we decide that we would rather sit in it than do anything about it. I think he is a fool, and I love him too much to tell him that to his face. But I hope he finds salvation again in whatever form it takes for him. That he finds love again. That he finds the thing that makes him feel strong again. And I sure as shit hope it's not what currently has a hold of him.
What do you mean?
You can't tell anyone. You can't
I'm
tell
leaving.
anyone. There is a devil inside of him. There is a devil that has his powers now. And he thinks he's getting his own strength, that it is his to discover. But he just traded ownership. And this one is worse. This one is terrible.
She's quiet for a long time, and he sold his soul to a devil. How long ago?
Not very long, but time is hard to tell. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a week. And I don't know how to fix it.
Why didn't you come to me?
Because I didn't want to betray him.
This is what I mean. I'm not even a cleric in your eyes.
It is not that. I didn't want to tell anybody because it's his decision. And he can make whatever decision he wants, and he is not mine. I cannot force him to do or be any. Because he is delusional into thinking that he has made a good choice. That he thinks he's going to be stronger for it. It has nothing to do with you, it has everything to do with him.
And she like covers her eyes and just, as you guys enter the gates back into the city and continue walking, come find me at Arata's tonight.
I will. Should it just be me, or should I bring anyone?
Him. Any of you but him.
You won't hurt him, will you?
I won't. But if he wants a way out, come find me.
Okay.
With that, she pulls like free of your arm and she starts walking down a different street.
And not to be an asshole, but I really want that cloak back before you go. I'm so sorry. I just really hate the cold.
And she gives it to you and then stalks off quickly.
Thank you. I'm sorry for being an asshole just now while you're having a moment.
She doesn't reply. She just keeps walking.
I feel like I'm... See, she's talking about bad communication, and I'm probably the worst communicator because I just say exactly what I'm thinking. Oh, I fucked things up and I made things bad.
As you guys continue on, that's where we're going to take a break.
Dun,
Okay.
dun, dun.
Some stuff happened.
Bum, bum, bum.
So, did I mishear that she's supposed to bring anybody but me?
No. She's
No,
at
bring
least
you.
supposed to bring you.
Yeah.
Shit.
Anybody else, but at least you.
You are the required ones. Everybody else is just side.
It's a reclarification.
Well, it's up to you. Possibly. Like, you don't know what she's talking about or what's...
I don't know. I wasn't there for that conversation.
Nope.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break and come back and continue on. Be right back.
Hey.
All right. Welcome back. Hopefully it was a good break. So as the party, makes their way back to Eldergate, I assume.
It's not noon yet, right? Like it's still
No.
Yeah, I guess we're back to Eldergate.
Okay.
Wait, were you suggesting something different, Larry?
No, we had met the Elder Gate.
Okay.
And Doug, you made a quick comment. There's a new house person there now. It's not the same dude.
Yeah, you actually knew that a little while ago when you went by, and there was a different head servant, but Robert's not there. And you were just told back then. You were told that he's no longer employed there.
Fucking having words with Greenwood.
I know, I love Robert.
I did too.
awkward man that he was. I mean, we also did get naked in front of him once. Well, Bear did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty close to Robert.
All right. Well.
Okay,
I
so you've been.
When we go back to Greenwood, I want to go back down to the kitchens and talk to my friend, the guy that works in the kitchens,
Chef.
and just hang out with him and make some tea and stuff.
After all that, Stoke's raiding the wine fridge. For sure.
After you get a little lubed up, I'm gonna walk over. Hey,
Don't like that phrase.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was terribly done.
Yeah.
Guys, it is what it is. I'm gonna walk right past it, but hey, you want to bring it up? We can talk about it.
The only person who brought it up here, my friend, was you.
We're just gonna walk right past it. I said it, and we were just gonna
Sure.
keep on going.
Yep. Okay.
Listen, I realized the in the sky moment was beautiful and intimate. So shoot your shot, my friend. Shoot your shot.
Yep. Do what you need to do, man.
You gotta drink his wine.
Leave it up.
Yeah. But now I'm all discombobulated.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Jim.
Stoke is sitting there with a half-empty bottle, uncorked, and a glass at the island. I'm assuming there's a big butcher island, just sulking.
You okay there, friend?
Yeah, I'll be all right. It's been a crazy morning.
Okay.
Drink?
Definitely. Yeah.
Sit down. Just now, pour Bear a drink.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. This whole thing just makes me angry. All those people fought, and we don't even know what for. I mean, to destroy some skeletons? Why?
I mean, just to save them.
Why were the skeletons attacking in the first place?
Oh.
If we don't.
Well, I mean, something is plotting and scheming out there. We've come across their people before. I don't think they have whatever ulterior motive they have is not good.
I can't even fathom what their goals are. I mean, if they wanted to take over this city, there's a lot easier ways. It's just not having answers doesn't sit well with me. Not at the cost of all these lives, and to sit here with no answers, no understanding, just death.
I don't know. I mean, we know the same that we did this morning. In my opinion, the mission hasn't changed. This person or persons needs to be found and stopped. That's still our mission. Do you disagree?
No, that's still what needs to happen. I wish I knew what they wanted. it would make it easier, I think. But I guess we'll have to find them to find out.
Mm-hmm.
So, but at least I know I've got you guys. Like, I couldn't imagine a group of people I would rather go into battle with and who I'd trust more.
Same.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't baby it. Drink the damn drink, Barry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Don't worry, I've been drinking the whole time. No, but after today, I kind of bottle of wine or two is gonna help. I think, kind of ease the tension.
I think so too. I agree. Easy.
Hey,
Yeah.
you want to turn into tigers? And I pulled out the tiger wine.
Oh, that is very tempting. That is very tempting.
Why? Why turn into the tiger bear when you could be?
Finish your thought. Why turn to a tiger when what?
When you could be turned into an owl bear?
You can do that?
Oh yeah, just say the word and I can do it right now.
Okay, all right. But
I already had a couple drinks because you guys all went and I think drank at the place. I didn't even know this whole Kiri thing happened because I stayed back.
Just drinking the whole time?
Yeah, I've been drinking the whole time. It was a tough battle. I saw some shit.
I know I'm encouraging drinking because I think we all need one, but we are going to have to meet with the king in a couple of hours.
Oh,
so let's not.
Oh.
Yeah, and I don't have I can't cast remedy and anything like that anymore. So,
well, as much as I would love to be an owl bear, could you do that when we're on the road or something?
Now I'll do it right now. And I go and I cast, and I actually slip my mind. And I forget that it's not an owl bear I want to change him into, and I actually change him into a unicorn.
yes,
because that's what I think of most of the time. I don't know why. It's like one of the magical creatures I think of the most as easy. I don't know why, but a unicorn is what I turn him into.
All right.
I polymorph a bear into a magical unicorn.
So you watch as the chairs that suddenly collapses as Bear elongates and shifts until you're looking at a sort of light dapple gray unicorn with a light gray horn.
Mm-hmm.
So just standing suddenly in the middle of the house.
Because I think I'm still an owl bear. I just growl at the guys. I kind of lift up one of my hands. I think it's a paw.
But you find very hard to lift forward very far, just kind of doing a little straight leg thing and seeing hooves.
I shout at Easy. Easy, what did you do?
Which just comes out as a loud whinny.
Oh.
As you see the new head servant Boril run in quickly and what's happening?
No surprise about it. It's just bear. He wanted to be another owl bear, but I couldn't do it right away. I did unicorn instead. I think he'll like it. Unicorns are pretty cool, I'd say.
Wait. Bear. Because he can understand me. Because I can understand you with animals. So he kind of missed, and you're not a bear, but you are beautiful.
What do you mean?
You're the most beautiful horse I've ever seen in my life. I wish you could see it. You have a horn.
I want to see it.
Would you be okay if Easy were to sit on your back?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Basura, Valid, you need to see this. And then I'm going to take Easy and I'm going to set him. Because I figured it might be hard with his robes. Am I putting you upside saddle? Yes. You were I'm going to set you side saddle on bear.
I tap him on the mane, and I just go, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but you can like teleport like all of us right here like a miles away if you wanted to.
What? I do that.
Well, that's what unicorns do.
Can't wait. Are Valen
yeah.
Basura back yet?
I come downstairs or wherever. I come into the room. I go and just turn right back around and leave.
Wait, could you teleport him outside of the house?
I
Oh yeah.
I nod and I teleport me, Easy, and Stoic out to the battlefield.
Do we have to be touching him?
We have to be within 5 feet of him.
Is anybody else within 5 feet of him?
I think I've been out in the in that little garden by the kitchen because like I was like interested in making some more tea and herbs and stuff. So I was just like outside in the little garden.
Well, the garden is like covered in snow at the moment. Like
what you were hanging out with the
oh,
chef.
then never mind.
You were hanging out with the chef.
You were in the kitchen with the chef.
I was in the kitchen with the chef.
Chef Engel.
So I guess I'm in there, yeah.
I mean, you heard a crash and you heard the shouting.
Okay, then I literally have my cup of tea and I walk in with roughly when Valen walks in, and when this is happening, I'm just like,
I sort of walk in the door next to Boril, who's just like, there is a unicorn in, and a man who's making horse noises at it. Can your friends get this out of the house?
I teleport myself, Easy, and Stoic out to the battlefield we just came from.
Using...
I can teleport apparently.
He has one action a day. He can teleport up to a mile away.
So he can't Shit.
So he can't get us back.
he can only teleport you out. He can't teleport you back.
It's a one-way street.
So, with that, Stoic, Bear, and Easy all just go.
Is it like
gone?
It's like a little pop sound. Just.
I don't know if I feel better about this.
Well, it's out of your kitchen now, and I just drink some tea and I
think we've seen too much. Is what it kind of comes down to. Yeah.
Alan, do you want to sit and just, I don't know, play cards or something?
Sure. Well, I mean, they're going to come back eventually. I think they always do.
It's like a sad little boomerang. And I'm just going to like go upstairs and like set up some cards to play like a game of something.
Yeah. Wait for the crashing sound again to let us know when they get back.
There. That was awesome. Can you pop? Remember, I can hear you. Can you pop us back?
Let me try.
No. Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh, that was too much.
I'm gonna just like start just galloping as fast as I can, making like J turns and L turns and like 180, just going to town.
Wait, don't leave without me. You got us out here. You need to get us back.
Easy. Make a dexterity saving throw.
All right, here we go. That's a 9. Not very good.
So at like the first time he starts galloping and takes a sharp turn, you just go flying into the snow of this field.
Like one of those inner tubes that pull behind the boat.
Stoic, if you can hear me, you just hear me laughing.
Bear,
Getting quite a few looks from guards up on the walls and like who are still kind of, getting the battlefield in order and whatnot.
I would be mad, but you're just so damn beautiful.
You keep saying that. Should I be worried?
I don't. Oh, I think I have something. What do I have? I have minor illusion.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Are you? Yeah, I have minor illusion. I'm gonna cast minor illusion and show him what he looks like.
Okay.
Oh. I see now.
Yes.
I see what you're talking about.
Yes. Can we? Can you maybe give us a ride back to the manor? You think you could carry us both?
I want to see if I can do anything else. I can do a Shimmering Shield. Yeah, I'm gonna cast. Well, I'm gonna tell Stoic, like, wait. I think I can do something. I cast Shimmering Shield. And itself, another creature can see within 60 feet. And I cast it at easy. I put like a shield around him. And I say, Stoic, attack easy.
What?
You see,
You
just for a moment, this sort of multicolored light, like this sort of faint aura around Easy for just a moment, and then it fades.
I just go, sorry, Easy. The horse told me to, and I just backhand.
Make an attack roll.
You have a +2 to your
strike.
you have
plus my AC. Yep.
Yeah.
Plus something. I don't hit very. So +3. So that's 15 to hit.
It misses. It barely misses. I have a 16 AC now.
As you go to backhand him, just as your hand is about to connect with his face, you almost feel, sort of like the wrong end of a magnet. Like where it just sort of propels your hand just enough off of his face to miss.
See?
It's pretty amazing,
Whatever you did there, it's working.
Do it again. Working. Hit him with an Eldritch Blast.
Oh, I don't know, buddy.
What? Why not?
I don't want to hurt him.
I'm not so great to you, Stoic.
Eldritch Blast twice. Like.
I'm ready.
Blast. 1 for 16 plus 6 is 22, and 1 for 10.
All right, the 22 hits. The other one bounces off.
You, as you take this, and go ahead and roll for damage. On the first one.
I rolled a D8 on accident. 7.
So Easy, as you
All right.
As you see him unleash this bolt of energy straight into your chest, you realize that shield's not there anymore. It apparently only lasted for a few seconds, and so you take the full brunt of this Eldritch Blast in your chest as you sort of fly backwards and backwards into the snow as the other one careens over top of you.
I put my staff back up. That was a good one, Stoic.
I just say, oh, that's right. My shield only lasts for like one turn. Whoops. Sorry.
I am too, Easy. I thought that was gonna I hit the shield earlier. It felt really good. I thought that it would hold. I'm sorry.
Now, Bear, if you understand me, lend me your horn.
You never touched the
Well, he. Are you gonna do what I think you're gonna do?
Yep. What's
Okay.
it? Healing touch.
Yep.
Oh.
Do you grab my horn there, easy?
No, I'm not grabbing. I kind of like, I'm not that kind of wizard. Do whatever.
Okay. So then I put my horn. Can't even say it. I put my horn against your shoulder blade, and
it's like I'm being like a sire, like a be knighted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta roll. Let's see. Regains 11 or 2d8 plus 2. Yeah, I'm gonna roll that.
Okay.
Dude, unicorns are like boss. That's great.
They are boss.
I got you 12. No, sorry. Double fours. Double fours plus 2 is 10.
All right, 10 hit points. Cool.
Yeah, 10 hit points.
I feel a lot better now.
I'll say stoic. We can go in, but I kind of want to run around just a little bit more. I want to really, really see what these legs can do.
Can I join you?
All right, go ahead.
I'm hopping on.
All right.
And I do the same thing, like J turns, L turns, 180s, like all kinds of stuff.
All right. So as you guys continue to play in the snow in his unicorn form, Asura, as you guys are kind of chilling back at Eldergate, eventually, after a while, you receive a message from just one of there's like city messenger services, throughout the city, and you receive a message with just a short note that says, I do not, when the "not" is underlined, I do not regret anything I said, but I know he might need time. I'll stay for a few days for him to decide what he wants. K.
I'll send back. I'll just literally like turn the note over and just scribble something back real quick and just say, I'll still come tonight. If he joins me, he will. If not, I will see you tonight. And then ask them to send it back.
All right. Return message in the city. 1 gold.
Just pass it off.
Thank you. Turns and leaves. After a while, you guys kind of finish, reconvene and I assume turn back to bear form. That's up to you.
Are you turning me
It's,
back?
it's an hour of me concentrating, so if I just
Okay.
concentrate.
So just say,
you need the concentration save when I hit you.
I should have. I didn't think about that, but I should have made a concentration roll for it.
that's true. We'll say it. It's fine.
We're fun this way.
So eventually you make your way back, and Bear turns back, and you wait a little while until eventually you do get a royal messenger who arrives and summons you to court. So, making your way toward the castle, returning your way through the Leaf District as you see some of the same kind of atmosphere as it seems to get a little lighter as people are recovering and starting to enjoy the fact that the city is saved. You eventually make your way through the gates, where inside there's a little bit more bustle as things are happening. The castle's starting to pick back up, life and whatnot. You end up running into Duchess Windra on your way in, who kind of falls in with you, Asura, and it's just like, oh, I'm so terribly glad that you're safe.
You as well.
Oh, was it as terrible as it seems?
Yes.
Oh, I can't even imagine. I did do a bit more fighting here in the city when those terrible shadows showed up, but I can't even imagine what it must have been like facing down that terrible giant.
It was certainly something. I'm kind of impressed, actually, with you. Did not think that was going to happen. And then you showed up, and I was kind of scared for you for a minute, but you held your own pretty well.
Oh, well, it's nothing really. After the quite the lovely speech you gave me, how could I have said no?
Sure, we can call it lovely. Yeah, no, just you ladies keep training and doing what you're doing, and just keep an eye on each other and yourselves.
Well, I do hope so. We'll do what we can, and hopefully Lady Enthrus will return to us, and we can continue training further.
Has she not come back yet?
No, we haven't seen her since your last meeting at the court.
Mm-hmm. That is a kind way to put it. Okay, well,
this one ought to be even more interesting, I think.
What have you heard?
Well, I think anyone worth their salt in the court knows something's up. It's the army returned, and so order's being restored. But from what I hear, she kind of leans in. She's like, from what I heard, there was quite the scene when the king made his way through the city toward the castle. The people were booing him and throwing things and near rioting at one point, and the soldiers had to hold off the crowd a bit. He's not a very popular person at the moment.
No. I think the people misunderstood why he left. But I understand that there was already tension long before this moment arrived.
Oh yes, well he wasn't much liked by many.
No. Has there been any other gossip?
Well, only that the High Council has been in meeting since this morning, with very little orders coming in and out, and it's just seems to be something happening. I suppose we're about to find out.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's listen in, I guess.
Indeed. Ought to be very interesting.
I'm sure it shall be.
She keeps walking with you and continues to make a little small talk, and she does share like pieces of gossip about just other nobles that you don't even recognize. Like, I heard so and so was cowering the whole time, and so another person actually managed to fight off a shadow from their servants, which nobody expected, and just things like that. Just kind of court gossip, basically, the kind of thing.
I just let her talk.
Mm-hmm. None of it very valuable, all pretty inane.
Okay.
As you eventually make your way into the throne room, where you hear a lot of quiet whispering, like a pretty clear tension, as you see the three members of the High Council kind of up close to the empty throne and just sort of talking amidst themselves as you enter and kind of quietly take your place in the crowd. And eventually the announcement is made and the king makes his way out, and you immediately see that his eyes are like downcast, and his shoulders are kind of sagged, and he just slowly walks up and takes his place on the throne. And Lord Dernick begins by saying, "I'd like to thank you all for gathering today. This has been quite an unpleasant day, with many casualties and tragedies happening. But we also have quite a victory, and many people who have banded together to thank. And so I'd like us all to give a round of applause for those who helped defend our fair city." You just hear kind of a smattering of clapping, and as the clapping is winding down, you see Lord Dernick start to say something else, and Verissa kind of cuts him off and says, "I'm afraid we don't have time for the usual pleasantries and pageantries. We have an urgent matter to discuss. As I am sure you all aware, this is an unfortunate circumstance involving our country has faced some of the worst dangers that we have ever faced, or at least in the last 2 centuries. And the truth is, we don't know if it's over. You know it, and we know it. With the grave threat in mind, with such a terrible thing looming over us, and mystery continuing to overshadow all of this, the High Council has been convened and has determined that," and she gets cut off by the king, who holds up his hand, and she stops for a second. He kind of takes a sigh, and he stands up and he says, "I'm afraid there's no need to continue, Lady Verissa. You and the High Council have been faithful. I believed I was doing the right thing. But the truth is, I have failed at many things in my reign. But I will at least recognize my weakness and act on my own accord for the good of Carandia. Well, there's no reason to mince words. As of today, as of now, I hereby relinquish the crown, and I will return to my lands in the south and allow the leadership of Carandia to pass on to a more worthy candidate." You hear just sort of a wave of sort of whispers going out through the crowd as Gethrin kind of like takes another deep breath, like his eyes just down, as he slowly removes his crown and places it on the throne. "Thank you all for your patience with me. And Gods be with you." And he turns and slowly exits the throne room.
Are we like in front of like the whole town, or is this just like the?
This is the court. The court is basically mostly formal leaders, but also just some important people who have just been invited, and just it's basically the powerful people of the country.
Okay, so it's still like a pretty large group.
Yeah, you're probably looking. This one's a little bit large. Well, it's probably 100, 150 people,
Okay.
not counting the guards that are all kind of lined along the walls.
Gotcha. Okay.
Winder kind of leans over to you and is like, I knew it. I knew something interesting was going to happen.
Right, the turn of events.
I know. Who do you think is going to get it?
I have no idea. I don't know any of these people very well. Who do you think?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you.
No.
Yes, I suppose a defender is probably not high enough rank to be in consideration, but still, a lot of people like you. I could see it one day.
Absolutely
Keep working.
not.
No. Oh, don't.
Who would you want to see up there?
Well, I am quite partial to Lady Empress.
Of course.
Though I suppose there are several good candidates. Lady Verissa is strong, but I'm not sure she's likable enough.
What does likability have to do with leadership?
Well, it's a lot easier if people like you.
That is true.
That's why I work hard to be likable. Do you like me?
You seem pleasant enough, yes?
Oh, good. Guess I'm doing something right then.
I just like quietly think to myself, I'm like, I don't know you. And also, like, I definitely would not want you to be the sovereign of this nation. Like, in my head, I'm just like, I still don't get what likability has to do with this, but okay.
DM,
Yeah.
Did we notice, like, when we entered, the king came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody come out from that same general area before him or after him?
Make a perception check.
Damn it. 17!
Okay.
Because I have no adders.
There were definitely a few servants, which you've seen happen every single time he walks anywhere.
Sure.
There's always a few servants kind of trailing behind him. Nobody else kind of coming out of that room of note that you saw.
Okay. And like nobody followed him when he exited.
No,
Right.
Not even the servants this time. He just exited
Okay.
alone.
I'm just trying to figure out if he got his ass chewed before coming out there with his eyes all cast down. Like, am I getting anything from that really high perception check?
It's hard to tell. You don't know exactly what's happened beforehand. Just like, the High Council was already out in the room. It looked like everybody of note was already out there. And he just came in. It's hard to tell for sure.
Fair enough.
Can I see if it looks like he's been manipulated into saying anything, or if he's truly saying this of his own accord?
Do an insight check.
I was hoping perception would be it. I don't have great insight. Okay, hold on. We're gonna try. 6.
You have no idea. He's obviously downcast and sad.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right.
So after a bit of like the whispering commotion, the High Council kind of motions everyone to silence and says, "All right, as we we should summon the governors and governesses and have a short discussion amongst ourselves. In just a few minutes, we shall return and discuss our way forward. Please discuss things amongst yourselves, and we shall return shortly." You see the council, along with the other governors and governesses, so 7 in total, walk out to a different side room.
So Enthris is back. Do we see her in that party?
Mm-mm.
Well, we're about to make decisions.
I guess I
about
should
Enthris?
say,
Okay.
yeah. So that's a good. That's 6.
Yeah, who is he?
6 then. So everybody except her.
Making decisions without Enthris.
God, I want to do a power move so bad.
Oh no! Oh no! Listen, I will never stop anyone from doing anything. I will just have a reaction.
No, Stoic wouldn't do it. I want to do it. That's why it's not happening. I want to send a representative of the people, one of us, into that group and then volunteer Valen. But that's me.
When did we become representatives of the people? I don't
Right.
know the people. I don't like most of the people.
They've chosen us anyway, I feel like.
True.
Sure, I like exactly 7 people so far. Also,
And you
also
stole
the
from
people
like
is-
2 of them.
I know. Also, the people is mostly human, and I'm
Yeah.
There's a lot of elves and
humans
some other
too.
races too. Yeah.
yeah. Just
Fair enough.
they have a lot of work to do.
So
We're just hanging out, I guess.
Yeah.
you're just
Yeah.
you're just gonna chill.
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean,
Oh, I want to eavesdrop so bad. I
Yeah.
want to listen in on this conversation so bad.
We're like surrounded by city guard, though, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
And my boots only make me sound quiet.
Or
It's not like I
cat-
can be like,
Yeah. Castle guard. Technically,
Doug,
they're
yeah.
different.
you didn't give me any flavor text when I used my ghostly vision earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any noticeable effects?
It's basically kind of making whatever object it's like you're basically picking an object.
I don't mean on that. I just mean because it's not a spell and it's a pack move. I don't have criteria like verbal or sight or any of that kind of stuff. So I don't
Right.
know if I could do it. Would I know if I could do it without notifying others that I'm doing it?
I don't think you would. Like, no. I mean, I think you probably know, at least as far as you can tell, that it doesn't seem to have any like visual effect or anything.
Then I'm going to turn it on so I can at least watch the people in that room.
Okay. You'll have to move kind of over by the throne room to get within 30 feet of the room.
I would like to try, so I can at least read body language.
Okay. You so you walk over, getting a bit of attention as you go because you're you, and a lot of people are very interested in you now. So it's the opposite of like quietly moving through the crowd, but eventually kind of making your way off what's essentially the side of the raised area where the throne is, and you see some guards kind of looking at you a little bit and at each other uncomfortably as you stare into past the doorway, where you see a kind of a long room with a long table and a number of very ornate chairs around it. It's obviously used for another private meeting room at times, and in it you see all the governors and governesses with Lord Dernick at the head, kind of talking to them, with Varissa on one side and Greenwood on the other. As you see these them all kind of talking, and occasionally Lord Dernick will stop and some other people will say some things, and you watch as Lord Dernick makes these gestures and just seems to be explaining some things, and you see occasional nods from Varissa, and Greenwood just seems to be not reacting, like just kind of there, observing. And you see another governor stand up at one point and say a few things, obviously trying to make a point or case to the table, and he gestures at Greenwood, and and says a few things, and then sits down. You see a few heads nodding, and you see another one, kind of gesture out of the room somewhere and kind of make some points. And you see a little bit of this going on, but you see a couple of them gesturing clearly at Greenwood. And then you see Verissa stand up, obviously commanding attention, even though they're all paying attention. Like when she stands up, everybody kind of listens, and with her kind of prim way, and she makes some very very, even just not being able to hear what she says, you can tell it's just very kind of sharp, commanding comments, like very to the point comments. And then she sits down as if like daring anybody to argue with her.
Point set now.
And then you see, you watch as all like as all eyes turn to Greenwood, and you see him kind of like looking down at the table for a moment. You see him like take a breath and kind of let it out. Then he squares his shoulders.
At that point, I will walk back towards the group and to our chatty Kathy that's hanging out with us. And I'll tell her 100 gold says it's Greenwood.
Okay, roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
Ooh.
That was a 15 plus stuff. Because I actually have that now.
Yeah, you do.
That's good.
That warlock.
Persuasion is a +6.
Holy crap.
21.
Wow.
You should talk to more people, Danny.
I'm not used to having that, okay? It's new.
She, as you walk up to her, she's kind of surprised since you haven't talked to her or looked at her for a second, and then she goes, "You 100 gold, it's Greenwood. Well, that's. Wait, do you know something? Do you know something I don't know? You know something, don't you? What is it?
Don't. Well,
Come on,
you gotta
tell
pay
me.
it. You gotta pay
I
to
can
play.
tell. I can tell.
I thought this is what you nobles did.
Well, yes, but I mean, if you know
No?
something, I could probably get us to make some bets with somebody else real quickly.
Are you game or not?
If you let me in and we tell the other, if it really is Greenwood, if you know something, we can make some bets with somebody else.
I have no inside information. I just have a gut feeling. Because that's who I would pick.
I think you're lying to me.
I'm good at that now, too.
Well, maybe you'll fit right in.
So, do you take the bet or not?
I think you know something I don't. But come with me. And she like grabs your arm and like pulls you over.
I'm going. I'm going.
She pulls you over to like through the crowd a little bit to another set of nobles, and you see one that kind of has like this sort of dark tannish skin that she pulls up to, and she says, "Duke Tulloch, hello. I'm sure you know Defender Songsteel here."
Pleasure.
And he goes, "Oh, a pleasure to meet you. What do I owe the pleasure?" And she says, "Well, we just wanted to have a little bit of fun. What say we make a little wager on who we think is going to get the crown?"
Yeah.
Talek gives you guys a sly look, and he's like, "Do you know something?" I want you to roll a persuasion check real quick, if you're gonna
All right.
join.
That one's not as good. That's a 15.
Still decent.
Okay. And do you say anything to him?
Well, I'm new to this world of nobility, but I have recently started to enjoy the more fun things in life, and I thought I might dabble at gambling, and so, but just a small wager. And so if you're interested, I thought maybe we could put, say, 500 gold on who we think the next
Oh god.
king will be. That,
Oh,
that's,
wow.
not enough. I don't know quite what you nobles bet, so I hope I didn't insult you by betting too little.
What do you have, Stoic?
I got 800, bro.
This is how you make money, guys. Gamble it all the way. All right, I'm in.
This whole life, this entire fictional life is based on the roll of dice. Why not?
He's like, oh, it's defending must be good business.
Can be.
Why not?
Oh boy.
Right. Well, let's see.
Wendra, like,
Who would I pick? I think I would go with Greenwood. He seems like a likable chap.
Greenwood. He is quite popular. He's also, well, sort of a hero of his own, with both the War Prince business and everything, I suppose. Good favor with the people. That's a solid bet. Dernick is also very popular. Imthrith will always have her, charms with just about anybody she wants to. Versa is a commanding presence, but that's might put some people off. A little too strong, I would say, yeah, I'd say Lord Dernick. Wendra kind of looks nervously at you, and she's like, I will say Lord Greenwood as well.
And are you putting up 500 as well?
Yes.
Don't quite know how that split works, but we'll find out.
Well, if he'll take the bet with me as well, I mean, it would be a three-way, so each of us pays the winner. If we'll figure, we'll figure it out.
Sure.
And Talek says, "Of course, why not?"
And none of your friends want in on this at all?
Well, as you say that, the doors open as the governors and the council make their way back out. As you guys walk back over to the group, like, Wender's like, I really do hope you know something. It's well, he's got the money to spare. I'm not quite as rich as he is.
I was surprised you put up the money, actually. We'll see how this works for both of us.
Yes, we will.
There's so much money.
Yes, it was.
Hey, go big or go home, I guess.
Yeah, man.
This is the way you get ahead in life, right?
Yeah.
No, this is totally
Listen,
stoic because I have no idea what nobles do. I think this is perfectly normal. I'm trying to fit in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
So, as you guys make your way back out, and the governors kind of take their place in the crowd again, as off to the side as the council steps forward again. You hear Lord Dernick start by saying, All right, quiet down, quiet down. The High Council's been deliberating since morning, weighing all the options. As you know, it is our duty ultimately to decide what to do in such things, and as you, I am sure, anticipated, we predicted this sort of thing might happen. It's quite unfortunate, I don't think. I think King Guthrum served us in many ways, but there's nothing to do about it now. So, after the High Council's deliberations, we went and brought the governors to discuss it with them, and with us make a declaration with their full support. From henceforth, the new king of Corondia will be Lord Greenwood.
Oh, what a surprise.
All hail the new king, Lord Kotor Greenwood. King Kotor Greenwood. And you hear all of the nobles cheer "Hail King Greenwood" 3 times before they stop, and Greenwood steps forward as what looks like a sort of a servant that's dedicated. He's dressed really well and seems to be dedicated to like ceremonial things like this. Steps forward and picks up the crown very delicately and says, has him kneel. And he says, Kotor Greenwood, do you swear before all the gods, all the spirits, and all the souls watching today, that you will serve our great nation of Corondia to the best of your ability, with all nobility and character, as expected by and carried out by a long line of sovereign reigns for thousands of years? Greenwood, you see, kind of takes a moment, and you just see this sort of like look of determination on his face, this kind of seriousness to him, and he says, he nods and says, I swear. Then, by the power of all gathered here, we dub thee King of Corondia. And he places the crown on his head, as the nobles then clap and cheer as he stands and slowly sits down on the throne. As they quiet down, he kind of looks out at the crowd for a moment and he says, it's rather unfortunate circumstances that have brought this about. But I think there are many in this past year and a half, not only this past day, but in this past year and a half, who have kept this country going. We all know the difficulties we've faced, both inside and outside of this castle. I intend to see fit that fitting reward be visited upon those who have earned it through this past year and a half. Make no mistake, I know that there are many who have stood out as heroes. We know that there are many who have stood out as figureheads, and they deserve the praise that they get. But make no mistake, there are people who are nameless and faceless, who have carried their weight and the weight of this nation on their shoulders for a year and a half. That we've been under this plague of bandits, goblins, undead, unusual creatures, and just horrors and nightmares beyond our understanding. What we have learned this morning, what we saw last night and this morning, is that this threat is unfortunately not over. At least that's what I believe. So I have the difficult task to ask each and every one of you to stay strong, to stay unified, to stay determined, to show the world the strength of Corandia. And I swear I will do the best of my ability to exemplify those things in this nation. But I will ask each of you for much in the coming days. I hope that I can trust you, that you will act in good faith. I believe we can overcome anything that we face. Now, you all have much to recover from and much to do within the city and within your own realms. I will need to wrap up. I will need to end things well in Arkhill, to leave my estates behind and leave my rule in good hands. But I will return to you shortly, and we will face these threats against our nations, and we will overcome them. And you hear, kind of a quiet, response from the, positive response from the nobles around you. And he says, and he stands up and he says, "All right, let's go. Let's do what's best for our people." And with that, he steps down, and the crowd basically takes that as the signal that it's kind of adjourned for the time. And they immediately start erupting in a bunch of talks and reactions and various things to these proceedings. As Windra turns and is like, "Wow."
Yes. Wow. Is Greenwood already out?
No, he's being kind of glad-handed by a bunch of people at the moment.
What? Refresh me. What was the guy's name that I just swindled?
Per Duke Talak.
Duke Talak.
Talok.
Sorry, one more time.
Talok.
Talok. And then the lady that got in with me?
Windra.
Mm-hmm. King Greenwood. And I'll try to get his attention.
Okay. You do, and a bunch of eyes turn your way as
Sorry, guys.
As he finishes shaking hands and everything, and his eyes kind of fall on you as he walks over to you and my friends.
I will address him very loudly and just go, "I have great news. I know that in the defense of this city, the soldiers get a normal pay, but the volunteer army was nothing but volunteers. And Lord Talak and Veneer have agreed each to donate 500 gold to the families of the fallen volunteer soldiers."
Wait, Talak and who?
Or whatever her name is. I wrote it down. I still can't read it. Oh, yeah.
You just
Yeah. Because they know that those volunteers were guaranteed no pay, and they cost their lives, and it is an admirable thing that they are doing. And I hope it spreads to the other lords and ladies. I just thought you would want to know about it.
I want you to roll a deception check.
Damn it. Okay. Hold on.
Got that charisma.
Yeah, man.
So hold on.
Uh-oh.
It's a natural 12. And it's not for deception, you said?
Yep.
Yes, deception.
So that's a +6, but I am going to also use my feature and trait, which is Dark One's Own Luck, which allows me to roll a d10 and add it to whatever ability check score.
You already roll an 18 just as is.
Oh yeah, and I'm adding to it because I've been thinking about this since the moment the fight got over.
Nice.
Because when they were like, we're going to make sure everyone's rewarded, I was like, what about the volunteers? And like, that's all Stoic has been thinking about. So I'm throwing
Such
everything.
a play.
Oh man.
And that's a 6. So 18 + 6.
24.
Okay. You see him turn and kind of look through the crowd as Talek steps forward with this sort of like sly grin on his face.
Oh, I'm sure he's amused.
As Windra just looks clearly surprised. Like there's no even attempt at like
Technically, it's him paying $1,000, so I don't see why she should be upset.
She won that money. Like it just took her winnings.
Yeah.
I won her that money. Thank you.
And
Oh, that's great.
Lord Greenwood's like, well, this is quite generous of you, Duke Talek. We do appreciate the generous heart that you have for these much deserving volunteers. And Duke Talek just takes like a very elegant bow, and he just goes, well, we must all do our part. Wouldn't you say, Windra? And she's just like, oh, yes, well, of course, yes.
Oh, that's
Yes.
so good.
Absolutely want to do as much as we can for them, yes. Like Greenwood kind of looks at her for a second and just sort of nods, kind of like, indicating the show's over, like as people start returning to their talks and everything. I was not aware you were affiliated with Duke Talek.
Not.
All right.
Anything
I
can
just
do to
literally,
help
I just like look at Stoic like,
didn't know I had it
I'm
in
just
me.
stunned. I'm just like stunned, like, what just happened?
I do also want to be clear. The boon that you have earned from the previous crown, I will honor whenever you have need. I also intend to ensure proper reward for everything you've done in the last 24 hours. So if there's any need, you will send a messenger and it will reach me. As for... I will be returning immediately to Ark Hill to wrap up business in my province to ensure a smooth transition of power there so that I can return and give my full attention here. It is not far, and I will be inviting certain guests to my home for a feast to celebrate the victories we have so far and perhaps have some conversations about the way forward. I would like you all to join me, if you can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will be leaving today. The feast will be tomorrow afternoon. And so you will have some time here in the city if you want, but you will have to leave soon if you'd like to join me. I hope you will.
Sorry, quick question now that you're king. What is the dress code? It's like formal.
I'm sure some guests will be dressed formally. For you, I think you've earned the right to dress however you like.
Okay, thank you.
At least within my home.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
But how many days away from now is that going to happen?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I'm afraid I can't waste time.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Very well. Then tomorrow. As he turns and with Felduna like always like right behind him still. Always kind of eyes down and everything, just follows him out as he like gets caught again in more glad handing and that sort of thing, just kind of talking as he slowly makes his way out of the room. So what would you like to do now?
Is there any way I can track where Gethrin went?
You could try asking around.
Okay. Yeah, I guess like. Yeah, I don't know who to ask. Much later to the guys. Hey, y'all know where Gethrin went? See which way he was going?
I just saw him leave the door.
It's like Windra or Talik still with us.
Wender's nearby. She's talking to somebody. She got caught in another conversation with another noble, but she's nearby.
All right. I walk over there and wait for a lull in the conversation and kind of tap her on the shoulder.
Oh, hello.
Hi, we haven't met yet, but I'm Sora's friend, Bear. I was wondering if you had any information where I could find Gethrin. Does anybody know where he went?
Oh, no, well, I mean, he said he was departing for his estate in the south. I want to say it's in Etheria. He's quite a ways away, and I'm sure he doesn't want to stick around for any unpleasantness, since there's not much pleasant left for him here.
Is he, left already? Or is he, could we talk to him before he leaves?
I'm not certain. He doesn't really have any more business after relinquishing the crown, so I'm not sure where we would find him.
Okay. Well, which way would the stables be? His stables?
She calls over a servant and basically tracks it down and kind of gives you directions to where you can make your way down if you want.
All right, I just following a hunch, just seeing if I can find out. I guess I'll be back in a little bit. I'm not planning to do anything crazy. I'm just gonna go talk to him, just kind of find out more what happened. I'll see you guys in an hour or two.
You want someone to go with you?
Sure, I'll take the company.
I'm not going with you. I'm saying, do you want someone to go with you?
If they want to, they can, but I'm also fine doing this on my own.
I just look at all the boys. I'm just like, does anyone want to go with him?
Oh, that's fine. I'll do it. My head's...
Yeah.
But I'll do it anyway.
All right.
Still a little hungover.
You're dealing with a hangover. You go rest. I'll go with Bear.
That's wonderful. Yeah.
Yes, you rest.
Easy. You can go with me. We need to go to Lady Entress's and figure some stuff out if we're going to be leaving that house, because technically we're still under contract right now.
The contract, yeah. That's a pity, yeah. Right.
Yeah, we're gonna get you some snacks on the way. Let's go.
Yes. I'd like a snack, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And I'm like, we're leaning on my staff. I'm like,
Yeah, and I just like look over at Stoic
One
and I'm
thing
like,
to hold on
you
to.
coming?
I need to have a few words with Tolek to make sure I didn't cross any lines first. But yeah, I'll be right behind you guys.
Okay. Don't do any stupid.
So very quickly, you find Talek and kind of pull him to the side, and he just kind of has this amused look. Yeah. He's like, "Well, that was sly."
I just wanted to thank you for indulging me. I really do care about the people, and I don't have the funds to help them myself. And I couldn't think of a better way to enlist some help. So thank you very much.
Well, it was certainly worth the fun. It's
I agree.
quite an interesting way of getting things done. Though I have heard you've been hanging out with interests, so it makes sense.
I can't deny that. So please don't worry about paying myself or Wintra, but please do make sure that our winnings get into the right hands to be distributed to the family.
Well, of course, I certainly wasn't going to pay you and them.
Well, I just didn't want you to pay me and then I have to go take care of it. I thought you should at least, since you're such a good sport, get the good credit that comes from charity.
You're ruining a really slick move with all this awkwardness here.
It comes and goes. It comes and goes, much like
get
myself.
there.
I will.
You'll
do
get
it.
there.
Thank you. I need to be on my way, but again, thank you, sir.
And
Yeah.
there was one sentence to sum up the folly.
That's how you're talking.
You're ruining all the goodwill with your awkwardness. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
That's it. I just wanted to make sure we were good. So
Hope we run into each other again. And he just turns and continues talking to people. Bear and Valen, you eventually find your way down to the stables, and where the stables are a lot larger than you're accustomed to, with several rows of things. But you eventually find one where there's a carriage being loaded up, and after listening for a moment, you kind of figure out that's the right one. And after a few minutes, sure enough, you see Gathrin in nice but rather plain clothes, making his way out to the carriage.
Lord Gathrin, I don't really know how to announce you, but hello, Lord Gathrin. May we have a word?
I'm afraid I'm nothing more than a count now.
Do I call you Count Gathrin or Lord Gathrin?
My boy, you can call me anything you want right now.
Well, I know your day is not going well. I don't mean to add to your. Again, I don't want to heap bad things on you. I just kind of want to know, why did you step down?
Rulers, at least the powerful ones, rulers understand that to some degree it's all an illusion. We rule if the people let us rule. And when I took the army away from the capital so that it was virtually defenseless, to one of the greatest threats we faced in centuries, After all of the bad will that's been building up for a year and a half, it was over before I even came back to the city.
I'm not well versed in royalty or politics. My mother actually was kind of on the council for our village, but a small village compared to this large city, so I don't know. I'm sure that you play a different game than what my mother plays. But do you think you were set up, or was this all coincidence?
I believe I've made the right decisions, but I don't think most people agree with me. I don't think they have for a long time. Maybe I am weak. I tried to do what I believed best. But eventually, not even a king can escape a certain accumulation of bad will.
If you don't mind my asking again, I'm not meaning to add to your pain, but why did you let things get the way they did? Why were you so inactive for so many years?
You know, growing up, I watched the wars with Shiggorath and even the last giant war, and I watched the spats between rulers, usually short-lived, and raids from the Helterlands, and I watched how these rulers often would treat their men like numbers and like pieces on a board or numbers on in a game, not like people. And so they threw these people at each other and at others with no concern for them as people. Perhaps that made me afraid to act, afraid to send these people into danger willingly. Perhaps I was afraid of making the wrong decision, and the truth is I'm going to be thinking about that question for the rest of my life. I suppose that's how all regrets go. How did I allow it to come to this?
Well, after this morning, I completely understand where you're coming from. There's a lot of death out here. I know it was we needed to be out there. Nothing didn't happen by accident. We had to stop that threat, but it still is not. Doesn't feel good. I can understand that feeling. I guess one final question, then I'll let you be on your way. Do you see something coming? Is there something that we're not seeing here that it could be bad for us?
Well, after this morning, it's sort of hard to argue that it's not over. And there's still goblins. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much help to you.
Okay. Well, Talon, if I'm speaking out of line here, please let me know, but I feel like if Etheria needs help, you could call us.
A count is just a landowner. I don't have a position of true leadership anymore. I will retire to my lands in the south, and that's the story of me.
Honestly, doesn't sound that bad. Retirement could be nice.
He just sort of shakes his head at you and turns and climbs up into the carriage. The carriage rolls off.
You just look at Valen. Damn, I never heard his first name.
That's true. Maybe find some peace.
Yes, indeed.
So knowing that this is probably noon, little past noon, 1 or so at this point, what would you guys like to do?
How long does it take to get to Arkhill from here?
He says about a day, maybe less.
So if we left so they're leaving now. If we left in the evening, like late evening or first thing in the morning, could we get there in time or no?
You're probably not going to have much time before you need to get going. Because he said it was like in the afternoon, and so probably not much time.
Okay. I'm still heading over to Lady Anthras's.
It's also worth noting that you get the impression the city is going to have a period of recovery time anyway, for like, you don't imagine shops are going to be open necessarily. There's probably not. It's going to take time for the city to kind of get back in swing of things.
No, I was thinking more of like my evening plan with Kiri, and I don't want to bail on her, but we're gonna have to bail on her, I guess. I don't want to do that.
Maybe. Hold on. Bear.
Yep.
We're all met back up now, right?
Yeah, I guess I'll
Sure.
Yeah.
That thing you did as a unicorn.
Uh-huh.
Was there a range on that?
I mean, I just kind of saw the battle in my head. I feel like that'd be a good place to run around. I don't know how far I can actually teleport.
Because it would be awful helpful if you could just take us to Greenwoods in the morning.
Oh, I mean, easy. You're the one that turned me into a unicorn. Do you know?
Yeah, it's it can go up to a miles, I think. Yeah.
Oh.
Plus, you've never been to Greenwoods Manor, so
Yeah, it has to be a familiar place that you've been to.
Isn't Greenwood Manor where we Poland or Pollock or whatever that guy's name was?
No, that was Midreach.
that's Polton's house.
Polton's house.
Yeah.
Polton's
I thought that's
castle.
okay. So you're right. Never mind. Okay.
No, that was Midreach. That was one of his like.
Either
one
way,
of the
that's
places
farther
under
than a
his.
mile. So
Yeah.
okay, never mind. I was curious because I had no idea. I'm like, wait, he can teleport? Like, what the hell's the range on that?
Yeah, it's a mile. It's short range.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm still heading over to Lady Anthras's because I'm going to talk to Captain Varesh because he said that he was going to stay at the house waiting for Lady Anthras.
Okay. So, just for speed's sake, you make your way over and talk with him, and you find him staying and just kind of relaxing, like, no armor and that sort of thing, trying to decompress for the day.
I'm basically going to say, so, we might have to catch a horse out of town and be back. I don't know when we'll be back. Hopefully it'll only be a couple days. But it means that our house-sitting duties will need to be taken over during this time, and I see no better person than a captain to watch the house.
he kind of looks around at the incredibly rich like surroundings and everything, and with like a glass of whiskey in his hand, and he says, I think I can manage this.
Okay, because keep it safe. It's very important. You are representing the Folly when you protect this house.
I only represent people who pay me.
Well,
He says with like a little bit of a smile.
I come over and I'm like, I can pay you in a kiss on the cheek.
Roll a persuasion check.
I will roll persuasion check. God, I hope I do good. Nat 20.
Oh my gosh.
How can I resist?
I just give him a nice little on the cheek.
That's a lot better payment than I normally get.
Well, enjoy. Have fun. Get very drunk, but in a safe way. Bye. And I just like go running out. And then I am going to ditch the guys and go down to see Kiri, because I'm guessing she's with Arata.
Okay. Yeah, she's you find her after Arata like kind of fawns over you for a minute, like, you know, happy that you're all safe and all that stuff. Kiri's in the back, you know, kind of packing up in the room that she's been staying in back there.
I'm just gonna sit down with Kiri real fast and be like, okay, Kiri, a lot of things have happened very, very quickly. There is a new king on the throne, as I'm sure you have heard. If you haven't heard, congratulations. Lord Greenwood is now King Greenwood, as of 15 minutes ago. To double that, he has to go to Ark Hill to do what he needs to do for his land, and he has requested that the Folly accompany him to Ark Hill to do the thing. And as defenders of the realm, it does feel an obligation. However, I have made a promise to you personally, and I do not wish to ditch on my promise to you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I understand. You have to do what you have to do.
No. I am speaking to you as a friend. I will stay behind and spend time with you as I promised. If you would rather me be here, instead of going with the rest of the group.
No. You need to go with them. You need to take care of him. If he dies right now, you have no idea what's going to happen to him.
I have a little bit of an idea. And I don't like it. Will you be here when we get back?
I'll be here for a few days, as I promised.
I do hope we get to see you before you leave.
Go.
And I'm going to turn to Arata real fast and be like, Arata, I have a big question to ask you. We're going to have to look nice and pretty.
Oh. Well, yeah, I'm moving up in the world, I suppose.
Unfortunately.
Yes, well, I can certainly tailor something for you. I mean, if you want to bring the rest of the crew in, and I can take measurements and that sort of thing, and we can discuss what sort of fashion and colors.
We need to leave in. We need to leave in like an hour.
Oh, well, I sort of specialize in custom-made garments.
I know you do. I know, and they are beautiful.
I also don't really keep much, like, off the rack for 8-foot-tall people, if you know what I mean.
I'm aware. Well, he's got that beautiful suit. You made him that beautiful suit that he can wear. And, I mean, I have my blue dress, and it is beautiful enough. But I was hoping that the rest of the boys could have something nice, too.
Oh, well,
Or at least decorate them up a little bit nicer.
well, Hmm. I don't want to send you out looking all. Oh. Really putting me in a difficult spot.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just all of things. The world has changed very, very quickly in the past, day or so.
Right.
And I know that I commissioned that beautiful purple ensemble, but I know that that is probably very much early in its build, and I'm sure there's a lot of moving parts because I have asked for some very particular details. So, there is that.
Yes. Well, I can see what I have that might come close to fitting each of you, sort of off the rack, as it were.
For the boys, for Stoic and Valen and Easy, just something a little bit, zhuzhy to their, everyday aesthetic. Especially Valen. He does not wear enough clothes.
Well, yes, I will. He disappears for a few minutes, and you hear some ruffling around in the back, and eventually he comes back with some nice, very nice kind of noble type clothing, which is probably about 50 gold total.
Okay.
But it's still very nice. You don't know exactly how well it's going to fit. Like it's sort of his eye and what he has on hand to see he's not a clothing store. It's like it's custom made stuff typically. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if he had just like any like bits and bobbles of things that I can just like zhuzh the boys with.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And about my purple ensemble, is it going well?
Well, I mean, this past day or so has been a little bit
Sure. I understand. I realize I am being very, I get it. We just suffered great. It's just that I want Stoic to look really pretty.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm sure within a day or two I can have it ready.
Well, hopefully we will have a ball or something when we all come back into town.
It seems like you'll be involved in that sort of thing more often. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't look forward to it, but I will be absolutely beautiful when I do it. That is true.
I will make sure of it.
I know that you will. Thank you. I feel very uncomfortable right now because suddenly the world has gotten very elite and I am sitting in that echelon and I do not like it.
Oh, my dear. And he kind of takes your chin like gently and like kind of like holds it up a little bit. He's like, you are far more noble than you realize.
I come from the streets of my home country. It feels very strange to stand in front of kings now.
Well, I've had my share of poverty in my life. Do you think I'm not good at what I do?
I think you are amazing at what you do.
Certainly. So take that same compliment and pay it back to yourself.
Yes, sir.
It does not matter where you come from, it matters where you're headed.
Well, by my track record, an early grave, so I might as well look pretty before I get there.
It'll be the most fashionable funeral.
Thank you.
But
All
also
right.
don't die.
Oh, I'm working on it. I'm trying. That is why we work together. Okay. Thank you. Goodbye. I'll see you in a day or two.
Well, I hope so.
Right, just like arms full of cloth, just go like heading back because my stuff is still at Enthras's, so I need to pack there. The horses are still at Greenwood's, so we need to grab them there.
Well, I'll say you kind of collect everything from the places to gather for the trip. Is there anything else you're trying to do quickly before you leave?
Is Palessa nearby? I just want to say goodbye to her real fast and just make sure she's okay.
Yeah, she her shop has a little bit of damage. It looks like there was a little bit of attack, but she's okay. She survived, and it actually takes you a minute to. She's like actually at a triage tent, like not too far from her shop, and kind of takes you a minute to find her. But you see her kind of try to administer herbs and things like that, doing her part as like a relief kind of medical worker of sorts. And she kind of gives you a very brief like greeting, and reassures that she's okay and checks on you and the whole 9 yards. But everything.
Yeah, I just wanted, and I give her a big hug, and I'm just like, I'm so happy you're okay, and I just like keep booking it because I'm just like now in this like panic mode to pack and get ready.
Where are all of us while she's doing all this crazy?
I guess we're getting all our stuff together. We're getting our horses.
Yeah, I assume probably at Red Feather gathering your stuff and getting everything together.
We're all at Greenwoods.
Well, your stuff was all at Red Feather. That's where you were staying
Oh.
Originally. So like, I just assume you're just kind of in the process of getting things together and getting ready to travel.
I'm just gonna pull out my book and be like, Sora, where are you? We're all packing. You're nowhere around.
Getting last minute items, be there soon. You can start packing my stuff if you want.
Bear, Sora asked if you'll pack her stuff.
Why me? I don't want to do that.
I don't know. She asked.
Let me see the book.
Fades away. It's
What?
no longer there. If every message stayed, I would run out of pages.
I thought you said the last message stays until it goes away, until you write a new one.
Never said that. I just said that the message shows up in my book. And then it goes away.
Why does she want me to do it?
Who's dealing with a
know.
Snapchat book?
She's the only one. She's the only one. You're the only one that she trusts to rifle through her things.
It seems odd, but whatever. I'll pack her stuff up.
Thank you.
All right. So you guys take the time, gather your things, get ready, and start making your way out of Elduin. Periodically having to extricate yourself from people as they gather and try to get your attention or try to thank you or give you gifts like food and different things like that. They're just there's you're gathering a lot of attention as you move through the city.
I let them take some of the food, by the way.
Okay. But eventually, it takes you a little bit longer because of that, but eventually you make your way out of the city and past the clear evidence of skeletons and undead kind of attacking different ports, throughout the city. But eventually you make your way out of Elduin and headed east toward Ark Hill. You travel and make your way through the roads that are mostly empty, like surprisingly empty because of the danger that's been happening in the region and everything that's kind of gone on the last couple of days. And so it's a far lonelier road than normal. But eventually you travel and the sun starts to go down. And eventually as the sun is kind of like, as it's mostly dark, but as the sun is kind of, giving its last little bit of color in the horizon, in the distance, you see ahead of you what looks like a seated figure, like in a cloak with the hood pulled up, sitting at the side of the road.
Oh, shit.
He's like on the side of the road?
Yep.
I immediately hop off of Keshi, and I just go shoop.
Wait, nighttime?
And I just go stealth mode.
It's like the almost nighttime.
I immediately bust out my glowing orbs and send them over to the hooded figure.
Okay.
I have 120 foot range on those, on dancing lights.
Okay.
And I am paranoid.
You see you send the orbs of light over to this hooded figure kind of sitting at the side of the road. As they sort of rotate around him, now lighting up that whole area, you see the hood like from the side, you see the head kind of look up at the lights for a second and turn towards you. And as he looks at you for a second, you see him stand up slowly and just kind of turn your way and wait as you approach.
I'm knocking into the, like, is there like wooded areas or anything like nearby this where he's sitting?
He is, yes, yeah, it's like his back is like to the woods.
Cool. I'm stealthing, and I want to stealth with my boots, my new boots. So I want to be like death quiet.
All right, roll stealth check.
The first one I roll with advantage because it's sound. So that's going to be, the highest one was a 13 plus 8, so that's a 21.
Okay.
Well, boys, I think we're getting better at this, and we should just sit here for about a minute and let Asura get into position before we approach.
Oh, see, yep, good point. All right.
We're getting better, guys.
Mm-hmm. How about we slowly
Acting fools.
Let's slow, like really slow. Let's not look weird. We'll slowly walk our way there.
Agreed. Should we leave the horses so they're not in danger?
Yeah. No.
Presence over safety. Okay, I'm
getting a quick getaway, you know.
Okay, no, I get it, and I trust Carl. You're right. So we're like 3 amigoing it, but there's 4 of us. Yeah.
Slowly making our way up.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a slow trot.
Nice and slow.
Yeah. Can I be the guy with the nose?
So as you make your way forward, and you see this figure is just sort of just seemingly calmly waiting for you with the lights sort of dancing around, and eventually you make your way up with Asura kind of creeping, forward alongside, making very little noise in the woods. And as you get closer, you see the figure reach up and pull the hood back, revealing the sort of older, wide face with a large nose of head servant Alton, who says,
Yeah.
"Good evening. My mistress would like to invite you to dinner."
Mistress? Tara, I'm going to be so mad if you call it. I'm just putting that out there.
She believes it is time for a truth and 2 stories. And with that, we're gonna end for tonight.
I mean, I knew it, but
Yep.
Alden was Greenwood's servant.
No, Robert was.
No,
sorry,
Robert.
never mind.
Alton
Alton is Enthras's.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I had him cross for a minute. Was like,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
So just so everyone knows, like in like a message, I was like, if it turns out Greenwood's the bad guy, I am rioting.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden Rupert's on the side of the road, or Robert's on the side of the road. I'm like,
No.
what the fuck?
I 100% suspect Greenwood. Like he is coming off way too clean and like just all the power.
Risen to power. Yeah.
Now,
Yep.
I just don't trust anybody.
Pretty much.
I don't understand what's happening. I'm not that good at playing this game. I'm suspicious of everything. I'm paranoid about everything.
as Bear or Jeb, do you suspect him as a player or as a character?
Oh, more as a player, I suppose.
Okay.
I don't know how much Bear has put into it, but yeah, I don't know. That's a good
Because
question.
I'm on the fence, but Stoic's drinking the Kool-Aid, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting after they crown him king, like the ending of like A New Hope from Star Wars, like.
I was thinking
nice.
more like, and this is how democracy ends in thunderous applause. I was thinking like that,
Applause, yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
I know the prequels. We don't want to talk about them, but like,
Right.
That's good.
Yep.
No, that's awesome.
Well, it was not Robert. Is Lady Enthrus's head servant Alton.
Wait, so
Okay.
we're by? I thought we were with like the entire procession.
No, we rode off
We went
on our
separately.
own.
No,
Yeah.
it's just you guys. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Indeed.
I was like, why are you revealing yourself to like us and the king and like all his knights and stuff?
At this,
Oh.
I will say at this point though, I think we need to like hire some help. To have like a couple people with us to like manage the horses if we take off and like.
I told this to Larry. I said we should use our boon to hire a manservant to do exactly that.
You're gonna waste a boon on a manservant?
But like a continual, like a free manservant, it's like with us
That's like
wherever we go.
Dude, I don't think you realize how much money we make. That's like a gold a week.
But a really good manservant. It's like
Really good. Like we're 300 gold a week.
yeah,
You can fight
I want
dragons.
to hire an assassin to be our
Wow.
mans.
yeah.
That's pretty much what you're going for, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like every day I have to hold these horses. They don't want me to fight.
If we want to hire Mr. and Mrs. Smith to be our manservants,
All right. Well, we're gonna see what happens in a week.
Yes.
As,
Good.
we
thank
have a
you,
new
guys.
king and story progresses.
Indeed.
What? What'd you say?
I said thank you. Parts in my mind, what you did tonight is harder than the like 30 NPCs you had to manage during the fight.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Keeping the story and switching the characters and all, like, dude, so well done. Thank you.
Always.
Thank you.
Indeed.
All right. So next Monday we will see what Alton and Enthrus want and continue the story here. The long lost Enthrus.
Mm-hmm.
So see you guys next Monday. Bye.